現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realizes your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium.
Yeah. Very quickly, what's the situation in finance? What's the see the guy in the green shirt down there? Oh, that's Lara, just walking towards the desk over there.
Welcome everybody to the 2026 British Chess Championships. We're going to be doing live commentary. I'm here with my fellow chess grandmaster, Nick Pert. How you doing today, Nick?
I'm good, thanks, Danny. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing amazing, mate. I'm just come back from Spain. You know, typical life of a chess player, life of a playboy of the Western world kind of lifestyle.
It's good that they invited you back.
Yeah,
I had to slip them £50, but
yeah,
they brought
Yeah.
us back for the commentary. Quite looking forward to another British Chess Championships. How do you think the players might be feeling at the moment? It's just warming up and everybody's getting ready to take their seats and get ready for the games to start.
yeah. I mean, I think they're going to be nervous. I'm nervous for them. We've got very interesting scenarios actually this year because we've got Michael Adams, who has already won 9 British titles. And I'll be honest, if he'd have played in his peak years, which was really probably during the 1990s going into the 2000s, he'd probably be sitting on 15 or 16 British Chess Championships right now. Would you agree with that?
I think his peak level was higher than any other British player. He reached world number 4, so he was a phenomenal player. But we are where we are, and I think now he's trying to build his legacy by winning as many titles as possible. And as you mentioned, this is potentially his 10th title. And quite surprisingly, Luke McShane, who is the top seed and another elite chess player throughout the years, has never actually won the British Championships before.
Yeah, absolutely. I've mentioned on many occasions Luke McShane. I first played him, I think I was only about 6, and I think I was about 14 at the time. I think he was about 6 years younger than me, so it's possible I was 12. Sorry, he's about 8 years younger than me, so I was 12 and he was 4. And he was always considered to be a phenomenal player, but it's taken this many years for him to start as a top seed. I don't think he started as a top seed for a British Chess Championships before. I could be wrong on that, Nick. But as you yourself experienced, when you played, I think you won the British in something like 2021, is that right?
That's right. So I was actually 40 years old when I finally won after several close misses, including this tournament at Warwick University in the past. Because we did actually play here previously, and it's actually my old university, so I get to visit my old stomping ground again. But we were both quite close to winning last time the event took place in Warwick University.
Sure.
It came down to last round encounters. But yeah, certainly there's a lot of pressure there, and I think Michael Adams will benefit from having won the competition many times before in those pressure moments, whereas Luke McShane will probably be feeling a lot more nerves. But there's also some quite talented young players coming through as well, so it's not really a 2-horse race. There's several other strong contenders for the title, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Yeah, a great summary. Bod Hannah, who's probably the big name of British chess now. She was recently on that TV show hosted by David Howe, which was on BBC TV, and I think it was called something like Chess Stars the Endgame or something like that, right? Chess Masters the Endgame, and he introduced her as the most feared chess player in British chess.
She's an incredible talent. She only recently beat a Grandmaster rated over 2,600, and I think she broke Judith Polgar's record for the youngest girl to ever defeat a Grandmaster over 2,600 rating, which is an incredible achievement. She's also quite a sort of, she's got quite a calm, solid playing style. She's quite a positional player. And she just plays, really, like an older Grandmaster would play. She's a very experienced player, so it'll be interesting to see how she gets on here. And she's certainly one of the main people to watch out for. What about Shreyas Royal? Do you think he's got a good chance of winning this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Shreyas, he played really well recently in a Wood Green Invitational. He's obviously going to get better. He's very young, and he had a period recently where maybe he didn't play so well, but obviously you have periods when you're younger, you plateau, but now he's starting to come good again. He will definitely fancy his chances. I put up a post just recently on social media, and I said, who do you think is going to win? I personally would go for Luke McShane, just because he's now top seed, and I think that gives you a lot of confidence. We saw him in the gym earlier, so he's actually taking it really seriously, right? Other people probably, go down the pub and everything, but he's taking it seriously. Who do you think will win ultimately, Nick?
Well, I guess if I had to pick one name, I'd probably go with Michael Adams, because he's just very good at these events and very strong in general. But in terms of an outsider, well, not really an outsider, I would actually pick Bazakutsa, who's this Ukrainian player. He's a 6th seed, and he's a very, very strong, talented, up-and-coming player. And I think he could be one to cause a few surprises. Obviously, Shreyas as well has a big chance. There's other players in there as well. I mean, Harry Grieve has actually won the British Championships before, and he actually starts as the 4th seed this year. So he was a real shock winner back in 2022.
Right.
Oh, they're doing some introductions.
Welcome to the
I think
opening
we're just about
ceremony
to kick
for the
off.
2026.
And yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Bazakusta.
My name is Adrian Irwin. I'm the British Chess Championship manager. Pardon me. This is the second to take place at the University of Warwick in the last 12 years. We were here in 2015. Great pleasure to be back at the University of Warwick. This year I'm delighted to be joined by the Lord Mayor of Coventry, Councillor Roger Bailey, and his good wife, Pauline. 2026 sees the biggest British champion.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, we were just mentioning Bazakusta, who originally from Ukraine, obviously we had the Ukrainian war. That's why a lot of Ukrainian players ended up in England. We're kind of pro-Ukraine in the ECF chess
This year's
federation.
championships are also
Bazakusta, I
supported
think, is
by
sponsored
Visit
by a guy
Coventry
called Sanjoy Banjari,
and two
who's
local
based in
firms, Box Raw and MPL Fabrication. Many thanks, Lord Mayor, and I hope we will have a chance to explore the beautiful city and surrounding areas. Yeah. Whilst the championships are actually in progress, there are three groups that the success of the championships depends on. The conference team at the venues. Trying to say, I think we have a few members in the area, in the room. The second, and support staff who come along to give the support and bring their expertise to each event. And so we must be grateful to them. Thank you very much, greatly appreciated. And I extend our thanks to all for the help and support they give in the championships, and also to me personally. There is also another important set of people who are vital to this and every other event throughout the country, and that is the players. And can I thank every player, parent, carer, supporter, and spectator who attend not only these championships, but also events across the country throughout the year. Your support is greatly appreciated. Through the year, sorry, I'm getting a bit mixed up. Yes, this is the year. Through the year, we have lost many of the chess community, most of whom I do not intend to name, as there will always be people that I will miss out. However, one exception who must be mentioned is Jonathan Hawkins, who was champion the last time that University of Warwick, and passed away just before Christmas last year. Could you please remember where you are, standing or seated, for a short period of silence and reflection as we remember those who are no longer with us.
Contenders. Now we've got board one, Nick, which is Terry Finlay, Bocott. I believe he's from the Midlands, sort of Leicester area. Warwick, he's actually like a home. I played him recently in Warwick, so he's actually, this is like his home turf. He's a Warwickshire player, and he's up against Luke McShane on board one. What do you think? Who's winning, Terry or Luke?
I mean, obviously you'd favour Luke to win that game, but I think there are some quite tricky first round pairings, and this Finlay seems to be, must be in his early 20s. He's probably
Yeah,
quite nervous, but as you say, if it's his got the home advantage, doesn't have any pressure on him. He's got the white pieces, so he can just give it a go and enjoy the game. I think
absolutely.
for Luke, there's a lot of pressure. He'll really feel like he needs to win this game and make a good start to the tournament.
Because I found the last time he played, I think that was maybe 2024 in Hull, he didn't start very well. And I do think, we're talking about trying to win the tournament. If you start with, like, say, 3 or 4 wins at the start, you know, even if you're on 4.5 out of 5, that's great, right? Or 5 out of 6, you got a great chance because essentially it's a very short tournament. It's only 9 rounds. It's more like a sprint than a marathon. So you need to start well. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Luke's got his eyes closed. He's really zoned in. Do you think he's recalling his opening preparation or just getting a little bit of rest before the game?
It looks like he lost a bit of weight though on the camera as well, So yeah, maybe he's been putting, like I say, been putting the hours in at the gym, taking it seriously, training. Because I think, like you say, he's in his 40s now, so he's going to be thinking, maybe I don't have that many chances left to be British champion. I might as well give this a proper go. And he's a top seed. He's got to fancy his chances, right? I think he'll take Terry out in this game because Terry's quite an aggressive player, and he's, that Luke tends to do well with he's a very good counter-attacking player.
I mean, it could be quite an interesting game because I think, like you mentioned, you say it's Terry, it's Finlay, is that his name, Finlay?
Sorry, Terry Finlay Bocott, is
So
it? Sorry, is it?
Finlay, I
Oh,
think,
sorry, Finlay Bocott.
I think
Sorry, Finlay.
the
Sorry.
Finlay is quite an aggressive player, like you
Yeah,
say, because I
yeah.
think he played the Dutch, did he? Did he play the Dutch against you once? Maybe I'm imagining it. I
Yes,
thought I
that's
saw
right.
that
Yeah,
game.
in the British Rapid play maybe.
So he's an aggressive player, and
Yeah,
Luke's an aggressive player. So we
yeah,
could actually have some fireworks in this game
absolutely. Some fire
from
on
the
the
start. It could
board.
be
Yeah.
quite an exciting first round game.
And when you're looking through the pairings, Nick, who do you think is standing out to you as a potential upset, or is
Well,
there nobody at all?
there are definitely some tricky pairings. I mean, I'm actually quite interested in the board two clash as well, because Michael Adams obviously just came back from this Wood Green Invitational tournament where he didn't really perform very well, and he's actually gone under 2,600. I think it's probably the first time he's been under 2,600 for decades, I'd say.
When do you think? That's a good question, actually. When do you think the last time he was under 2,600?
I mean, must have been in his teenage years, I would imagine.
I'd have said early 90s. I think
Yeah.
something like late 80s, early 90s, he would have been probably under 2,600. And then ever since the mid 90s, he's always been over and often over 2,700.
And his opponent is this young, I think another player from Ukraine, who's a really keen chess player. I think he's only about 12 years old. This Oleg Verbitsky. Have you ever heard of him before or
I
not?
played him actually, a funny story. I don't know. I played him in a British Rapid play. Another, you often run into these people in Rapid plays and Blitz tournaments, and he was pretty good actually. I had a winning position, but then I queened my pawn. But I did an upside down rook, so I was so tired. In the British Rapid play, you play 11 games.
Yeah.
And it was on the Sunday, and I was so tired about this, I wasn't really thinking. I did an upside down rook, and then he starts saying you can't do that, and I was like, I didn't realise you actually now you need to put a queen on the board. So I tell all my juniors now you need to put the queen on the board. So get the queen from the cupboard and put it on the board.
So did he force you to turn that into a normal?
No, he didn't. I think it was all a bit. He let me get away with it basically, so I got away with one there. I mean, but yeah, nice kid, and his dad's very nice and a good player.
Yeah.
So he's definitely gonna give Mickey a tough game. But Michael is white in that game. Then we got who's board 3. We've got
Aaron Saunders against Shreyas.
Aaron's a solid player. I mean, he's board one of the top boards for Oxford University. So I played him in a simul and he beat me in a simul. Then I played him in a 1-to-1 game and we drew at Hastings. So he's quite solid. Have you ever played Aaron Saunders?
I think quite a few years ago during lockdown, I was doing these group online sessions. I think he might have attended one or two of those, but I haven't actually played against him personally.
What's your record like against Shreyas?
Well, beat Shreyas in a simul, but I was given a simul when he was quite young, and then I played him in a one-on-one game and drew that game. But yeah, I haven't really played him that many times. What about yourself?
I played Shreyas a few times, yeah, but he's improving all the time. And then you got Harry Grieve, who actually I've got a very bad record against, but Harry's very well prepared on board 4. He's probably the best prepared player in the tournament, I'd say, in terms of his opening prep.
I just noticed they're doing a scan of Shreyas and Aaron. So I do think they do these kind of they randomly select boards, don't they? And they scan you just to make sure you haven't got any electronics on you, rather than scanning everybody in the tournament. Obviously, nowadays you have to be very careful. If someone does have some kind of pocket computer, they'd basically win the tournament. So you have to make sure that nobody's cheating. But I do find in general there's quite a lot of good sportsmanship, and people do just play by the rules and play fairly.
I think you need scanners. It's more as a deterrent. I mean, I played a couple of tournaments in Spain, and there were a few suspicions about some of the players. I won't go into that, but there was no scanners there. So I played a tournament in Alicante earlier this year, and there were scanners, and you had to go through the scanners. So it's but I think it should be consistent across all tournaments. The British. We had a few moves. So that's enough prattling on. Let's get on with the main stuff. So we got E4, E5 on the Luke McShane boards. Luke McShane sticking with his normal E4, E5.
So quite a sort of solid choice in a way by Luke. He's not really going for anything too extravagant at this stage, but early days at the moment.
So knight C6.
I mean, will White try some kind of gambit line here? Bishop C4, Bishop C5. There are gambit opportunities for White if he wants to go for it here. He could play B4. He could play.
I think he'd probably go D3 or C3. I mean, I would bet on C3 here.
And C3 followed by D3 is a more traditional way of playing, more positional approach.
I don't think he's going to play the Evans gambit. I don't think that's really his cup of tea.
I'd like to see a gambit that would make it quite exciting, but technically it's not really that sound for White to play a gambit line here. But he's thinking about it.
No, he's not.
You think he's just going to play C3 and D3 and keep it solid?
He's not going to play the Evans gambit. Come on. Mind you, Kasparov played it actually famously in the 1990s. Kind of rebooted the Evans gambit in the 1990s in tournament, I believe, in Amsterdam. He had some success with it against people like PK and, but I don't know, it seems to have gone out of fashion since then, but everyone plays these Italian games now as White, because it's ironic that computers have, forced us away from the Royal Pest because of this computer preparation where they play the Berlin defense and often that ends in a draw. Has he made a move yet?
He's still thinking about his fourth move. I mean, he could play it really solid and play with knight C3, couldn't he? But he's gone for C3, so it's the standard way of playing.
So I would guess he'll go. Is D3 a move here, or is
That's the most common line, isn't it?
D4 is more forcing.
D4, I've seen that a lot in junior events. It isn't really. It doesn't really put significant pressure on Black. Black can take on D4 and play Bishop B4 check, and Black is fine. Oh, he's going for it. Wow. Yeah. So he is quite an aggressive player. I mean, this is not necessarily the best line, but it can lead to some quite interesting games.
Yeah, but also it can get quite drawish. Maybe that's also it can be quite hard for Black to really get an interesting position.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I actually played this line against Michael Adams once in the British Championships, which is surprising. So yeah, Bishop D2 is the more solid move here, but Knight C3 is more aggressive. Knight C3 is the kind of like junior line, really. Knight D2, I think, might have been recommended by
King F1. Wow.
Well, King F1. I've never seen King F1. I've looked at Knight C3, Knight 2, and Bishop D2. King F1 is a total shocker for me. I mean, I guess he prepared it, but I'm not sure if I really understand the idea of King F1.
It's a risky move, but I think the speed which he's played this, you suggest that he's somehow prepped it.
I mean, he must have. You can't play a move like King F1 without preparing it. I think Bishop D2 is a very solid line, and that is generally quite drawish. Knight C3, you get some interesting lines. But King F1, Luke has definitely been caught out by this move. There's no way he would have expected King F1. He probably knew what to do against Knight C3, Knight D2, Bishop D2, but King F1, It's a shocker. And we did say this could be quite an interesting game. So
What's he doing there? He's like holding his arm out. That's a weird one. Why is he holding his arm out like
is
that?
he holding onto his drink?
Oh, is he? Oh, his drink. Right.
I think that's his drink, isn't it?
That's a strange thing to do, though, right? Is he? I thought maybe he's flexing. Maybe challenge him to an arm wrestling contest in a minute. All that
So
gym work.
apparently November 1990. So
Yeah.
Atomrod, is that your friend Keith Farkle?
Oh yeah.
He's
Well,
a-
he's not your friend as well.
Our friend.
Yeah.
Our good friend Keith Farkle.
Yeah.
He was last under 2,600 in November 1990. So thanks, Keith, for giving us that information.
Well, I did say like it was early
That's a long
90s,
time.
late
Yeah.
80s, yeah. Because I remember looking at a game from something like Dublin 1991, and he was around about that kind of rating. But yeah, I mean, everyone's suffering from deflation now. Keith Arkle has been somebody who's talked a lot about rate deflation. And we see that, you know, me and Keith, we just played a tournament in Spain, and there were a lot of underrated juniors there. So everyone's ratings getting dragged down. I think Luke McShane recently played a match against a kid from Uzbekistan or somewhere like that, and possibly sponsored by like a billionaire or something like that, an Uzbeki billionaire. And he basically didn't do very well. He struggled in that match. So, but obviously that was a very strong player. Like now he's got maybe more beatable position. What would you do here, Nick? I mean, I'd be thinking about. I like to move d5 because it's just what you typically find in chess is if you play on the wing side. So white is playing on the wing side. They're playing on the king side by moving their king. You often meet that with a central break.
I mean, I think black should really look for either d5, possibly knight takes e4, but that could be walking into some sharper theory. But you don't really want to allow white to play e5 and take over the center, so black has to do something straight away. Like you say, d5 certainly seems like a very logical move for black now.
It seems like the safer move because when you take back the knight and then
and he's played that move.
Yeah,
So that's good experience.
Already the engine is preferring black, but obviously we don't know how well Finlay or Terrier as I was calling him earlier, but Finlay has prepared this.
I think objectively it just can't be sound for whites, but like you say, if he's got some deep preparation, that's really what he's going to be banking on. But it needs to be quite impressive because I'm concerned for white that you can't get this rook on h1 into the game. I mean, to not castle is a really quite a sort of bold decision to leave your king in the middle of the board.
Yeah, I don't like it because if you go g3, you're running into bishop h3. If you go h4 and g3, you're quite weak on the light squares. So there's no easy way to resolve that.
I mean, I think he has to try something like knight c3, take on d5 and play knight c3 and just hope.
But again, he's playing great.
I mean, he must be in preparation still.
Would this intimidate? I mean, this would intimidate me if I was black here and my opponent is moving at speed and he's playing a line that I don't know. I mean, is that something that would make you feel uncomfortable? You would just think, well, look, if my position's good, it's good. I just have to figure something reasonable out, and it doesn't really matter that he's prepped it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always uncomfortable when my opponents obviously out-prepared me and they're playing their moves quickly. It always makes me feel uncomfortable, but there are certain positions where you're absolutely hanging on by a thread, and that's where you really are concerned. And here, if I had this position for black, I would be uncomfortable, but deep down I sort of know that it can't be sound for white, so I'd sort of reassure myself that if we can find some good moves, and I don't think black has to be completely precise here as well. I think as long as black plays reasonably well, you should be able to get a good position from here.
But I notice that I often prep up lines where, okay, maybe the engine is preferring one color or another, but it doesn't really matter because it's not like giving an evaluation where black's completely winning. It's just saying that black is slightly better. So therefore in a human versus human game, there's potential to outplay your opponent, I would guess. So bishop e6 looks very, very logical.
He's just playing very sensible moves, isn't he, Luke? And I mean, looking at the picture, actually Finlay does not look too happy, which is it's a slightly surprising opening choice if he's not too happy.
Yeah, I mean, basically,
he's still in his preparation though.
The fact that Luke is playing quite quickly is a good sign for Luke McShane fans because he often somebody I think does have a few time management issues if he's got that weakness. But the fact he's playing his game quickly and confidently suggests to me that he feels comfortable in what he's doing. So white is offering an exchange of bishops. I guess you're pretty much forced to take. Apparently you could take on f3 there, but that's not really a very good line for
I
black.
mean, especially if your opponent's got that preparation advantage, you wouldn't risk it, would you? And I mean, Luke is actually handling this very well because surely he doesn't know what he's doing here, but he's just playing very sensible and strong moves and playing them quite quickly, like you say. So he seems to be coping with the opening pretty well at the moment. I mean, I guess he has to be a bit careful about the move d5 here, doesn't he? Well, is d5 actually a threat? Because when you play d5, you're not even threatening to take the knight, because there's some queen d1s. So
That's right.
so it's not even that clear whether d5 is a threat or not.
But it might be because, like, how do you actually play against it? So at some point you're gonna have to deal with that threat. So
It's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's a bit awkward
I think
to allow it.
d5 is a threat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, if black castled, white would go d5, and the problem is that there's no obvious follow up for black because if you move the bishop back to d6, I'll take the knight on c6. Yeah, apparently we're going to have a quick break while we fix the sound issues, guys. Okay, so what I would say here, Nick, is that the problem is from Finlay's point of view, is that he's played this novelty, and yet Luke McShane has actually played pretty quickly. He's almost like saying, "Look, I don't really care about your novelty. I'm just going to play logical moves." I don't know if he's actually. I don't think Luke McShane has obviously expected his King F1 move, but he just seems to be very confident. So that's a very good sign again.
I mean, do you think it's possible that maybe he does know King F1? He just seems to have played. He just handled it very, very well. He's played really quickly, very logically, and I definitely would say that Luke McShane has won the opening battle here. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
No, 100%. And okay, I mean, White's not doing too badly, but White has a slight structural problem because long term they got this weakness on d4. It's like normally in isolated pawn structures, you want to have as many pieces on the board as possible. But black's already got this fairly close to an endgame. And you can imagine a scenario where they play knight e7, knight d5 later on, and they got a very nice edge. And they can start playing for a win. Black's just intending to castle. Probably at some point put a rook on e8, put a knight on e7, maybe bring the other rook to d8. You've got very simple moves to follow up with. What does White do from like a plan perspective? Bishop e3 is a good starting point because you put the bishop on a nice square. It's defended. But then black would just castle, and then you're same problem. Like, what are you going to do next?
Yeah, I think for white it's slightly more tricky. You might have to fianchetto your king. You ever fianchettoed your king, Danny?
On many occasions.
That might be coming up soon. But yeah, it's slightly more
Yeah.
awkward for white. His king's going to be weaker than black's king,
Yeah.
and he's got the weakness on d4. And if he can't actually create any immediate threats, then all the long-term prospects are really in black's favour. Black can easily
Yeah.
castle and bring his rooks to the centre, maybe bring his knight to d5, like you say, possibly maneuver his bishop to a5 and back to b6 and put some pressure on that d
Yeah.
pawn.
And I think Louis Shane is very good. Like, he's a very good endgame player, very good grinder in terms of being able to grind players down. So, often his weakness maybe, well, probably not against this level of opposition, all respect to Finlay, but against elite opposition, maybe the opening has been an issue because obviously those guys are super well prepared. But the fact that he's doing well out the opening is a good sign. I say he needs to start well in this tournament. I think he will start well. I think, good chance that he win the first game. Should we move on to another game?
Sure.
Okay, let's have a look at the other games. So we got Michael Adams on board 1. He's
Board 2.
board 2. Sorry. Let's go from the start. And we've got E4, C5. So we've got a Sicilian on the board.
I think actually his opponent turned up quite late for the game. You can see from the clock times, I think he might have started about 10 minutes late. But he's quite a young player, and this will be a big opportunity for him playing against an experienced player like Michael Adams.
Yeah. I mean, he's playing a lot, this kid. I think this Oleg. I'm sure he played in a tournament recently. Maybe it was the Sussex Masters, actually. There was a tournament down near Brighton in the Sussex University. Now we're in the Warwick University. You just go from one university to another as a chess player, don't you? So Bishop B5, which
That's
is
the only way you go to university, isn't it?
yeah. I've been to the University of Life many times, but still haven't got my degree. But Bishop B5, what's that called again, Nick? I've briefly forgotten that.
The Bishop B5 Sicilian. Oh my goodness.
Rossolimo.
Rossolimo, that's it. Rossolimo, yeah.
But if they go for D6,
But Bishop B5, when you look at the stats on the chess computers, actually scores even better than the main lines. So Bishop B5 against 2 knight C6.
Right,
It's probably the strongest side line, to be honest. And Michael Adams he's played that for years. I've actually played this line with black against him in the past. And E5 is an interesting move. I think Magnus Carlsen's played this a few times, and some other strong players as well.
Yeah, so it looks weird to put the bishop on D6 because we're traditionally, this is something I noticed in similes where amateur players will often play their bishop to D6 or E3 and they'll block their own D pawn. But in this particular position, it actually makes some sense because your idea is to move the bishop back to C7 and play the pawn up to D6. You've got a very solid position, which actually would be typical of the Royler pairs. And black can either put the knight on E7 or the knight on F6. And I think they're fairly solid, but I quite like white's position. I remember preparing this recently for another opponent who, I can't remember who it was now, but oh, hang on, no, it was the final round of the 4NCL tournament. The 4NCL League. I was playing against somebody, but he didn't. I don't think he went for this. He went for something else.
I think it's supposed to be slightly better for white, but I guess black's probably just played it because it's Mickey's just so experienced in all these lines, isn't he? He knows how to handle 3G6, 3D6, 3E6. He's played them all hundreds of times before, so he probably just figured by going for E5 he might get a position which Mickey's slightly less comfortable in. But
yeah, so actually, I mean, I personally like when white plays with C3 in these kind of positions, but he's gone a different route. He's gone for D3, which is very positional. So maybe his idea is to move this knight round and then maybe later on play for F4. Does that make sense? Or is it just...
Yeah,
or maybe he wants to just simply put the bishop on G5. He wants to...
I think he's got lots of options, hasn't he, to play any way he likes. Sometimes they play with H3 in some of these positions as well, which is quite slow. But I guess with the bishop on C8, you don't have to play it yet because the D pawn hasn't moved. I wonder whether he's going to try and relocate the F3 knight. Also, his bishop on B5. Will he ever drop that back to C4?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Might be an idea at some point.
We often think about candidate moves here. What do you think that Michael Adams' candidate move will be here? I mean, he's having a good think, so he's taking his time here. What do you think will be his candidate move radar?
I mean, certainly bishop g5 would be one of the first moves you look at.
Yeah.
Um,
Looks very natural, doesn't it? Just put pressure on the knight. You're threatening knight d5, maybe potentially, or is that a threat? I guess bishop e7 could be played, but I guess black would go h6, and then the question is, do you want to go g5, or is that too risky?
I mean, because black's castled, it feels slightly risky, doesn't it? If black hadn't castled, it might be able to somehow engineer an attack.
But what I mean is, it's not so much the attack. I'm worried about this pin. So I'm thinking here, and then this is too much, is it?
Even this could be possible, but I would be a little bit nervous playing this way as black.
Yeah. Okay. So, bishop g5 is. I mean, a move like knight e2 might be possible. Try to bring the knight round to g3. Is that something you might be thinking about?
And that's quite standard, isn't it? In a lot of these positions with e4 and e5 on the board, because I find if you have the two knights on f3 and g3, they're quite good for both defense and attack.
Yeah.
So that's certainly another idea you could consider.
Doesn't love my knight e2 maneuver. The evaluation seems to have dropped. But again, I'm not too concerned about the engine. People become too obsessed with the engine. It's a human versus human game, right? And you don't have the engine to help you during the game, do you? Well, if you do, we could have a problem in the British Chess Championships.
Yeah.
It's only just started.
I mean, what do you think black's plan is? I think black's going to play bishop c7 and d6 or d5.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, I think they're mainly playing on the fact their position's very solid. It's almost a little bit like that line in the...
Can black play a6 and try to get rid of that light square bishop? That might be his idea.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. Maybe after this, like you say, just do this immediately. Because that's something where... Would you take back the d pawn?
Probably the d pawn, and then your other bishop's coming out. So this actually would sort of justify black's play. So maybe Michael Adams is trying to consider what to do about a6. I mean, you could play a move like a3. It's so slow, but is that the kind of move that Mickey might play? Just to preserve your light square bishop.
It's not ridiculous. It's a good
suggestion. Quite a deep move. And then if you get attacked, your bishop can drop back to c4 and it's on quite a strong diagonal.
Karpovian A3 there.
Very slow move.
Well, I think Michael Adams, possibly two of his heroes in chess who ended up playing were Karpov and Kasparov, because he kind of grew up in that era, and I'm sure he played against Karpov many times. I'm not sure if Karpov would play A3 there, but it's possibly something you would consider.
Yeah, I think he told me that he used to struggle against Kasparov, but I guess everyone else did.
Yeah.
I once remember him playing against Kasparov back in 1993,
right?
And it was the World Championship match between Nigel Short and Garry Kasparov, and because Kasparov won a few games early, Michael Adams got to play some rapid games against Kasparov, and actually myself and my brother got to play some rapid games or blitz games against Nigel Short. So Kasparov definitely had the harder matches. We were quite young at the time. And yeah, Michael Adams beat him, didn't he, in one of the games? But Kasparov came back to win that.
Oh, I heard there was some story. I think it was Kasparov. I think it was a blitz game, and they were on a stage in London. And Kasparov lost the first game, and then he took his jacket off, and then sort of like really zoned in, and then won 2 games in a row.
Yeah,
right.
I think it was the first time all match he'd taken his jacket off. Nigel Short didn't manage to get him to take the jacket off once.
Yeah.
But I think Mickey did say that he struggled against Kasparov. But I mean, in general, he's just a phenomenal player. He does. When I've been at several Olympiads and European team championships with Michael Adams, I've been fortunate to play in the England team, and he's just able to play these really elite players, and just kind of push them either win or draw every time. So he's quite good at grinding players down.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very experienced player. He's kind of like the gold standard in British Chess Championship. If you can beat Michael Adams, you're probably going to win the British. Then should we go on to game 3? Because
sure.
This one's, he's obviously thinking about this. So let's have a look at game 3. Sorry, this is Aaron Saunders versus Shreyas Royal. And Aaron is white. So let's just go from the start. I think we could have. Is this another Rossalimo? It feels like the Rossalimo. Nicholas Rossalimo. Is he still alive? I assume he's probably not, no longer with us.
I don't know
Would be
personally.
proud of the fact that his invention, often it's not your invention actually when you have that, named after you. It's just the fact that somehow it's associated with your name, right? You weren't the first person to play it, but clearly White would consider taking here. That's what he did, and then he castled and plays this move D3.
I mean, taking on c6 on move 4
Yeah,
is like the more positional way of playing. White
Sure.
can play castles instead, which is more aggressive. So capturing on c6 was this tends to lead to much sharper lines.
yeah.
C3 or rook e1
I
or
played this kind of thing. Yeah,
yeah. But takes is more of a manoeuvring game in general. I think there was a game between Carolina and Carlson.
right.
There were some games in this variation of the World Championship match, and Carlson recaptured with a D pawn, which is a more standard way of playing.
Yeah.
And those positions are quite interesting. In fact, my game against Marco Adams, I think, was along this line as well when I played him once in the British Championships. But taking with the B pawn is slightly more risky. I mean, you've got long term, you've got better pawn structure because you want to capture towards the center of the board, so that your pawn's near the center. But White can take over the center a lot more quickly by playing some sort of C3, D4 idea at some point and just taking over the center. Against D takes C6, they don't really have the option to do that so easily. So it's slightly more double-edged, and I guess Strauss is really looking for a more double-edged game. See if he can outplay his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, because your issue when you play against low-rated players is partly is the danger that they just exchange everything off. They ball down to an endgame and they know how to hold that endgame. I know some people try to grind their opponents. Some stronger players like to exchange queens and try to grind their opponents down. But I don't know, have you heard of the engine Leela?
Yeah, that's supposed to be quite a strong engine, isn't it?
It's one where it's so strong now. Engines are so strong they can actually give their opponents peace odds. So this Leela peace odds bot, you can play it on Lichess, and obviously, watch the British commentary first before you start playing Leela, right? Because we don't want to lose any viewers. But you can play it on Lichess. You can play it on Lichess, and it's quite scarily strong. You can even give queen odds, right, to Grandmasters and beat them.
But at Blitz.
At Blitz, probably
yeah,
not at like
a
longer
classical
time controls, right? But one of the things the programmer said, Larry Kaufman, was that it's got a contempt factor where it try to keep pieces on the board. So black is, like you say, they're trying to keep pieces on the board. If they go for d takes c6, because it thinks all its pieces are stronger than your pieces, which is probably true, right? Because it's so strong. If it takes back the pawn, then one of your plans is bishop g4, but that's also exchanging off another set of pieces. So if you take that with this, it's very ambitious because now black can play really what black wants. I think Nick is to play e5, bring the knight to e7, castle, and then play f5, and then they'd have a terrific attack on the king's side.
I feel like d3 was maybe quite a slow move. I don't know if there was a way for White to not play d3 and to try and do something a bit more quickly. Like you say, if black can get everything out, then black's going to be really happy with this position. So I think White needs to...
It's interesting when bishop g4 anyway. I mean, I might have been tempted just to go there but maybe he was concerned about c3 and d4 happening very quickly. And I guess this is playable for black, but he's...
Do you not think White's lost a tempo there? Was White's played d3?
Yeah, I mean...
Which is... That's why I'm slightly surprised by d3, but maybe you don't have to play that move. But you can also try and attack them sometimes with a3 and b4, and that's another idea. But once black played e5, so that might have been another consideration. Yeah,
I'd be slightly concerned.
I don't think c4's
probably c4. Probably black would go d6 anyway, or maybe could even consider it to move e5, but that's a little bit bold. Knight f6 is also on the radar, right?
And knight f6 is quite a standard response to move c3.
Yeah.
Then you probably have to play rook e1, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So he's gone. I agree with you. I don't really love this way of playing for White. It feels a bit insipid. But I'm slightly surprised Shreyas went for bishop g4 because now he's kind of almost it feels obliged to exchange the bishop, which, as I said before, with a contempt factor, if he's got the contempt factor switched on, his contempt is, Aaron, you're a very weak player. I'm going to crush you by keeping as many pieces on the board as possible. But now he's going for exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also the consideration that bishops are probably very slightly stronger than knights. I don't know if you agree with that assessment or not. So I don't really like the idea of trading off a bishop for a knight unless you're going to get something for it.
Well, it's interesting. Again, we go back to computer chess. You know, my obsession with computer chess, right? Computers have actually done a survey. AlphaZero did a survey, and they worked out that bishops are worth. So if you go on a standard idea that pawns are worth 1 point, a knight is worth 3.05 according to this supercomputer. Bishop is worth 3.33. The rook actually is worth more. Would you guess the rook would be worth on that scale?
It's interesting you say that because I definitely would put a bishop slightly higher than a knight.
Yeah.
A rook, well, the standard is obviously 5 points. But if I had, for example, the bishop and 2 pawns,
Yeah.
I would prefer that over a rook.
Oh, bishop and 2 pawns, right. So
And you said the bishop is what, 3.3.
3, yeah. So what would you say
So
a rook is worth on that scale?
So maybe just 5, similar to 5 points, or
It's 5.65, surprisingly.
that's really surprising. But
Yeah.
would you not take a bishop and 2 pawns over a rook? Maybe it depends on the position.
I
of it.
think
So
a lot of it is factored
Yeah.
into the end game. So you get in the end game, the rook starts to become very powerful when you get it. At the moment, these rooks aren't very powerful at all because they're blocked by pawns. So that rook on h8 is not in the game. That rook, but later on in the game, they could become very powerful. So at this, yeah, and then the queen on that scale, by the way, is worth about 9.5. So this is what I teach my kids at the chess club. So I say, how much is a pawn worth? 1. How much is a bishop worth? 3.33.
I bet none of them get that right.
No, there's 1 or 2 do notice, yeah. So I think we've been teaching people wrong all along. Anyway, so this game is kind of again a little bit of early maneuvering, not much going on. Should we move on to maybe some other? Let's talk about maybe some of these juniors that we were mentioning earlier. Obviously, in particular, I'm thinking people like Freddie Gordon, who just won the British Rapid Play. We'll come back to him. Good friend Simon Williams, but in particular, I'm thinking of Freddie Gordon.
Okay.
Well, Freddie Gordon as well, but Bod Hanna. So where is Bod Hanna's board?
And Supertit as well.
Yeah, so let's have a look at Bod Hanna, because Bod Hanna recently got an IM norm, and he's actually playing against a fellow junior, I think, in George Sow, who's also a very promising young player. Bod Hanna's career is really rocketing at the moment. I think she's been given very good guidance by her parents. They're really, I think they're growing her in the right way, chess-wise. They're not rushing her. They're just, slowly, and it seems to be working. Do you think she's got a realistic chance of winning this year, or do you think it's a bit too early?
Well, I mean, but Hannah's family in general are really nice. They're very down to earth, always very kind. I think she was over at the Chess Space Studios, and obviously they were trying to help her there. I think she did some training with some of the coaches over there as well. But they just try and take advantage of every opportunity they've got, and she's just an incredibly strong and talented player. I mean, I would say this year is probably slightly too early for her, but I certainly could see her winning a British Championships maybe in a couple of years' time, because obviously she's just improving so quickly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, but I could imagine her beating like a Luke McShane or a Michael Adams, because, she beat like a 2600 the last tournament, and let's be honest, that guy would have been top seed in this tournament. So if he could beat somebody like that, why can't she beat like a Michael Adams? It doesn't seem unrealistic, right?
I mean, she's certainly capable, but yeah, I mean, that would be incredible if she beat Michael Adams. That would really be the sort of story of the championships. But yeah, she has to deal with the early rounds as well, first of all. And I did notice last year, although she was incredibly strong, she was struggling a bit in the opening. So I wonder if that's an area which she's managed to do some work on over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, I do think as well that she does better against better opposition. This is the sort of game that could be a banana skin for her, because she's playing against like a decent junior in George, who's probably, I don't know sure how old he is, but I would imagine he's probably a similar age to Bod Hanna, maybe slightly older. and he will just know that the pressure's on her, and she needs to, you know,
Another Wasalimo. It's definitely
uh,
the Wasalimo tournament.
yeah. I don't. I always say to juniors, I think it's better to play the Open Sicilian as white because you get more tactical lines and you learn more about chess that way.
But you say that, but the statistics, like I said earlier, show that Bishop b5 is the strongest move against Knight c6. So I guess people just look at the stats now
Yeah.
and they just learn the lines. And certainly someone like Magnus Carlsen, he does not like facing Bishop b5. I think Caruana was playing it against him a few times. So some players, they don't like the Open Sicilian. And the other advantage for white is there's a lot less theory to learn compared to playing an Open Sicilian. So I certainly can understand why a lot of players are opting for this 3 Bishop b5 against Sicilian. And we've got yet another variation. So we had 3 e5, we've had 3 g6 in the Shreyas game, and this game 3 e6, which I guess is probably one of the most reputable moves against Bishop b5.
Yeah, I mean, I had this recently. I think it was white in a game against American GM Shabalov, and I like Black's way of playing. It's very flexible. I mean, to be honest, on this position, you could certainly consider the move a6. I think that white would probably go for the straightforward exchange and play d4, and would, normally you'd say that black is better because of the bishop pair, but I think because white has the lead in development, maybe they can go for lines like this, Nick. Is that possible with the idea of just simply going queen g4?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether e5 is the best move or not, but certainly white has got some play here, and the light square bishop is not fully active yet. So I would say that white has got slightly a better position here.
Maybe queen g4 immediately is also possible, right? And actually, yeah, the engine slightly prefers that move. Is a bit more flexible. So if black was to castle, but now actually
Wow.
there's a big tactical
Yeah.
issue, bishop h6.
So that's actually quite a big problem for black, isn't it? Obviously, bishop f6 might potentially run into e5. I guess that's the idea.
Yeah, push on, and then you're hitting the bishop. Bishop moves away. Thank you very much. Quick win. Move on to round 2. But none of that happened because black decided to play knight g6. Very solid move. And
it's quite strange, isn't it? Because you play this e6 knight e7, you think the whole idea is to play a6, and then you don't even play a6. So it's sort of funny how chess works these days. But yeah, the main problem for black is just this light squared bishop.
I like his next move, which is just fighting for space. Very important to fight for space and fight. The center is so important in chess. He's played d5. So I think Bodhana decided to take, which is an interesting decision. I might have been, I don't know about you, Nick, but I definitely would have been tempted to play e5. I don't know if it's a good move though, because I've been slightly concerned about the move f6 at some point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of compare it to French advance, because in the French advance you might well have a position like this, and yeah, black would aim to play f6 at some point as a freeing move. But yes, I mean, white's got more space. He can't, because he's already castled, he can't go for any early h4 ideas so easily. h4, h5 would be a typical way to try and combat that knight on g6. But white could just develop the pieces and get a reasonable game. I expect she might have been slightly out-prepared and opted for the safe move instead.
Right.
And just figured that she could just outplay her opponent later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I read an interesting quote earlier it was on Facebook. You get a lot of these weird quotes that, not just on chess, but all sorts of nonsense, right? And it was Wilhelm Steinitz, and he was saying, I've never played a French because I couldn't, something like, I couldn't imagine playing such a passive opening, or something like that, right? But obviously time's moved on, so the French defence is actually quite a dynamic opening these days.
I think for a long time the elite players avoided playing the French, didn't they? But now it's sort of come back into focus. It's one of the main options that people play. Yeah, Korchnoi used to play it, didn't he? Korchnoi was a big exponent of the French.
Yeah.
But I mean, someone like Kasparov would never play the French, would he?
Carlsen's played the French.
Carlsen plays it a lot. I mean, nowadays players play Eragaisi plays it a lot. I'm sure lots of other top players as well.
That's true.
Even Kramnik plays it.
Anyway, going back, so Bodhana took, which I think is still some sort of theory, and then she went knight there, and then black castled. Because I think that's also an interesting moment. I mean, after knight there, would you not be tempted to just play that move immediately, or is there something wrong with that?
I guess the only thing is whether there's any sort of queen a4s to worry about, but What's going on after that move? Maybe you can just castle. Maybe you can just castle, actually.
But white's already castled.
No, I mean black after queen a4.
Yeah. Ah, right.
Because I'm trying to get tricky by playing queen a4, but then you maybe just castle and then just ignore that knight.
Yeah.
And then suddenly white's position looks a bit funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, because if you do something like this, I mean, it's
Yeah.
not the fact that actually computer starts to hate white here.
Exactly, because you've won a pawn, but black's got all the structural advantage.
Something like that might be problematical.
Yeah.
You know, just simply attacking. And queen d5 is going to run into exchanging the queens, and f3 is going to be weak at the end. So something like this, just to show people, this is already very good for black. So because the rook and the king, are in a fork. So I'm slightly surprised. I always think it's very important to get the opening slightly accurate, because the problem is that when I'm not saying that's a bad move, but like, what do you now do with a bishop? It doesn't seem so obvious how you could put it on e6, but
Yeah, I mean, e6 is a solid square, isn't it? On e6, you just keep everything well protected. But yeah, you can see bishop g4 was slightly more ambitious. Maybe white didn't have to play queen a4. Queen a4 was quite a committal move for white.
By the way,
after bishop g4.
Yeah, we'll come back to this game, but there's a big development in Billy Fellows' game. Well, I say big, but white's better. So let's go to the Billy Fellows Mark Hebden game. Mark Hebden is one of the stalwarts of English chess, but he's playing against another very tricky pairing, because he's playing against Billy Fellows, another underrated improving junior. So it's so tough now for older players like myself and Mark to maintain a decent rating, because we're often paired against juniors in opens who are improving all the time, and probably spending many hours before the game preparing. Do you find that as well, Nick?
It's definitely hard, because see, these players, they might be 21, 30. You have to score, really big scores against them, don't you? You have to score like 9 out of 10 against them, and they're very dangerous players. I mean, just to maintain your rating. So it's certainly not easy playing against these players at this level.
Yeah, I mean, I played Billy recently at a tournament in Isle of Wight, which was run by David Lightfoot. Just shout out for the great tournament of the Isle of Wight. And lovely place, actually. Flew over there yesterday on the way back from Spain, so that's, gave him a little wave. But yeah, and I think that game ended in a draw, so it's just a tough pairing. So we've had this, Mark's played d5, very ambitious move, and then bishop b5 check. This already looks quite like drawish, so maybe just playing very solid chess. And b3 was played, bishop b2, queen f3. Now white's playing very logical moves, actually. Rook d1 strikes me as a potential move.
I mean, do you think that both players are playing quite quickly, because it feels like they've played a lot of moves in quite a short amount of time?
Some sort of prep, right?
Do you think it's all prep, or they're just? I mean, Mark maybe just plays on feel a bit, doesn't he? Just going for it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think these kind of situations, I mean, presumably he wouldn't have had this on his database beforehand. These sort of situations, you think you should just take your time a bit more?
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think time management is probably the most important thing in chess, in my opinion, just from my personal experience. Because if you play too quickly, you can often play too superficially, and you miss important candidate moves which might improve your position or might improve your chances. On the other hand, if you play too slowly, you often get into time trouble where your quality of chess will inevitably go down.
Yeah.
So therefore, yeah, that's, maybe I should write a book on time management.
I mean, you said that Mark was worse, but it doesn't really look like he's worse here.
No, I think the engine
Was
bar
there
is,
another move instead of bishop takes f6?
Not really. I think the engine bar was wrong. So we were getting carried because
Okay.
it's so early in the round. We're getting excited if white is like plus 0.5, right?
Okay.
So yeah, this looks very solid for white. I mean, I would say that the chances of this game ending in a draw are fairly high. But whether white can win or not, could you consider a move like knight c4, or is that just?
You say whether white can win. I think white would probably be happy with a draw. Wouldn't
Yeah,
he?
I think so.
It's whether black could win.
And then, oh, hang on,
He
I've
just got
blundered.
forked. Yeah.
The first commentator blunder won't be the last. Maybe a move like rook e6 here, Nick, might be a bit more solid than.
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to improve their positions.
It's actually a bit dull. Let's move on to Supratit because he's somebody who's probably going to feature a lot of people in this tournament, and he certainly last year he was actually did very well. He very close to, I would say, being a massive contender going to the last round, but he didn't quite stay up there. But I'm sure he'll be looking to provide some upsets. Do you think he's got a chance?
Yeah, I think long-term Super Tit has got, lots of ability, could end up being a 2,700 player, in my opinion. I mean, he's a really, really strong player. And certainly he'll be causing some upsets. I mean, he'd have to play very well to actually win the tournament, but I could see him maybe just knocking one or two players out of contention.
So if you had a bet on, say, Shreyas, Supratit, or Bodhana to be the highest rated, who would you go for?
In the future?
Yeah, say in, I don't know, 6 years' time or something like that.
I mean, I think at the moment Shreyas is a bit stronger, but he's also older, and I actually think the others might overtake him. I probably would go with Supratit but Bodhana's obviously very strong as well, so it's hard
I'd
to say.
actually go with Bodhana, but that's just my opinion, right?
They're both very strong.
Yeah, so it's hard to say at this point in time. No one knows. We can just speculate instead. So, in this position, we've had the French, which apparently Wilhelm Steinitz was not a fan of.
But didn't you write a course on Knight D2 against the French?
Oh, yeah, I did.
I'll plug it for you.
Yeah. So one of the lines actually, which is quite interesting, is White goes Knight F3, which is actually the main line, and then when you take, you go Bishop C4. Funny enough, Supratit plays this himself, I think. So he'd have some knowledge of this Queen D6, because I had a game against him in Sussex Masters. But after Bishop C4,
you can play Queen D7 or Queen D8 here, but Queen D6 I think is the main move, isn't it?
And there's a line where you go Knight E4, and I think this was mentioned in Giri's course, and it was also in this famous Kramnik Clash of Claims match against Jospin, where Kramnik, I think, was playing black against Jospin in these games, and you'd get something like this, and White's idea is to go C3 and get a lead in development.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, isn't it?
It's quite interesting, yeah.
Normally you would just castle for White, wouldn't you, and then try and win your pawn back with Knight B3 and play more solidly, but you could play more aggressively
that's
as
the
well.
old main line. Yeah. So you do something like this, and then Black goes Knight F6, and you bring the Knight to B3, and then try to take on D4. And lots of theory, but Black seems to be holding up quite well in those lines. In my opinion, that's probably the soundest line against Knight D2 Tarash, or one of the soundest lines. So in this game, White just took directly, which actually looks quite a logical move. I don't think that was mentioned in my course at all, so probably should.
I think that's been played a few times before, hasn't it? So maybe you need revisit that course again.
It looks very logical. So
I imagine that the Black Queen will go back to C7 at some point in the future, because on C5 it's slightly exposed.
Yes. So Queen E2 looks very natural.
Was it a bit slow, or you think it's okay?
Well, I mean, I'd be slightly concerned about the move Knight D5, but I mentioned I wrote a book recently. Let's get another plug in for a book on amateur play and like how amateurs make mistakes. Because often I notice that amateurs tend to move the piece too often in the opening, or they move the same piece.
So you think you'll just repeat that with Knight D5?
Yeah, I'll repeat that mistake.
Yeah.
But it does have I think you can get away with that philosophy if that move is doing something constructive. In this case, might be threatening to play Knight F4 and grab the bishop pair, also attack the pawn on G2.
Yeah. I mean, White could move the D2 knight very easily.
Yeah, the problem is, like somebody mentioned in the audience, you could either go Knight B3, which attacks Queen, or you could even go Knight E4, which also attacks Queen and also defends that square. So I don't think that's a very good choice. So Alistair Hill, who's, I believe he's from London area, but I could be wrong about that. He actually played the move Bishop E7. And now a very interesting move by Supratit with A4. What's the logic behind that, Nick? Why is he not just going, say, Knight E4, attack the Queen?
I think A4 is probably envisioning that Black might play B6 at some point in the future to try and fianchetto that light square bishop, and he's just trying to discourage it slightly. Some possible A5 ideas.
Yeah, I mean, this is a move that probably engines would love. We got Matthew Sadler in the audience and Natasha Reagan, great, you know, engine promoters with their brilliant book. What was it called again? Sorry.
The very memorable book.
A game changer. Sorry, game changer. Yeah, all about Alpha Zero and how engines have transformed chess. But I think engines just love taking time out to like play a space gaining move, A4.
Yeah, they do like gaining space, don't they? It's really
Yeah.
kind of cool
So
idea.
B6 looks like a normal move for black, just to kind of. I mean, I might have been just tempted, but I think Queen C7 looks also
It's
very
also
logical.
quite sensible.
And White has gone 94 after all. Yeah.
I mean, I would say that White's got sort of slightly more space, so if you can do it in a sensible way, then you would like to exchange pieces for black. I guess the one minor piece that black has to worry about is this light square bishop.
So there's one thing that stands out for me here, Nick. If you take on E4 and I take with a queen, I don't have time for knight C5 because it's checkmate on H7. So I would have to consider maybe knight F6 or G6. But they're both kind of got their little downsides. So I think here maybe, would you consider maybe even a move Queen F4 or maybe Queen H4
I'd go Queen H4, yeah,
with the hack?
exactly. And you've got some problems because if you play H6, you might run into bishop takes H6. That's always something to watch out for. And there's always problems on the to do with the H7 square if you don't play H6. So
going back to this position, I don't think he's going to take on E4. I
don't
think
think so.
B6 looks like the most logical follow-up.
If he had his bishop on B7, then he could take on E4 much more easily, and there's no queen takes E4.
Yeah, and John Spielman would probably play this position as black. Just put all your pieces together. They're all sort of defending each other, and then just slowly creep forward. Yeah, he's still playing, but he doesn't play tournaments like this. But he plays in 4NCL as far as I'm aware. Obviously a bit older now. I think he's maybe just turned 70 or approaching 70. Doesn't really play senior chess though, as far as I'm aware. But in this position, what do you think White would consider playing, Nick?
Yeah, because I think White's sort of in that situation where you feel like you've got to do something, otherwise black just completes development, and then black's got the extra central pawn as well with pawn on E6.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of pressure on White to actually do something here.
Black's prospects are good in the long term.
Yeah, maybe like you say, this move A4. If you'd had bishop G5 instead, there might have been some tricks taking on F6 and some queen E4 kind of tricks going on. So it was a bit of a luxury move, but yeah, I'll probably just try and keep developing my pieces now.
So what do you think White's going to consider playing here?
I mean, is this the live position, is it?
I think so. Or has there been any more moves?
It looks like black's time's ticking down.
Oh, it's black's move.
Maybe we can...
Oh, no, but he hasn't played B6 yet, maybe.
Okay.
Has he? Oh, no, he took.
Okay.
Oh, no, hang on. No.
That was analysis.
No, this is a live position. It's black's to move.
Okay.
So we're thinking B6 might be the best option.
Yeah.
But after B6, it looks good. So would White play? I would consider maybe just taking. And if you take with a knight, could I play a move like knight E5, or is it just not really going anywhere?
You certainly could, because then you've got bishop F4 coming, haven't you? But you might... Black could just play bishop B7.
Yeah.
Maybe you play bishop F4 now, do you?
Bishop F4. Do I have anything against bishop D6?
I wanted to just put my bishop on G3 and hope that long term there's a bit of pressure on that diagonal. But yeah, it is nothing really very serious.
Yeah, but as you said, like, if you don't...
It's not even liking it very much.
No, but if you don't do anything, is there a danger White could end up being worse, right?
But definitely, I mean, that pawn on E6 is actually quite a good pawn compared to the one on C2.
Yeah. Okay, so should we switch back to maybe the top board, see if there's any more progress?
Sure.
So we got Finlay. I've got his name right, hopefully this time.
Well,
Yeah. Finlay Bocott Terry is playing against White against Luke McShane. We said Luke McShane potentially maybe the best player to never won the British.
Apart from yourself, of course.
Well, no, I think I would. But maybe Vityugov is actually maybe the highest rated player currently representing England, never to win the British. But anyway, traditionally, Luke McShane has obviously had chances to win the British. He's been in 2 playoffs, I think, at least. When was his 2 playoffs?
2018 against Michael Adams.
And when was the other one?
Oh my goodness.
Do the old quiz question.
Is that 2003 or something?
I think
like
it was
that?
2017,
Oh,
actually.
was
I
it?
think it was
Okay.
back-to-back playoff losses. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I think the other one was in Llandudno.
Yeah.
He lost. I think that was like a 4-way playoff between Craig Hanley, Craig Hanley, David Howe, Gawain Jones, and Luke McShane. It came down to Gawain Jones, Luke McShane, and Gawain Jones won the Blitz playoff.
What do your top players think about these playoffs where you suddenly go from playing standard sort of chess and suddenly having rapid plays or speed and Armageddon? Yeah, so we just got a question about what you think of playing rapid play or Armageddon playoffs to decide the British Championships. I mean, I guess you kind of either share the title or you have to decide them some way. And
Yes.
probably because of the time limiting factor, you don't really have too much choice but to go for rapid
I
play.
mean, I actually dislike all this rapid play playoff. Yeah, it's an interesting point. I actually think they should just do it on tiebreak and avoid these rapid play playoffs because I find them a bit boring. But
And yeah, I actually quite like them. I find they're quite exciting.
yeah, but they could have just had a tiebreak or like a coin toss. Well, I think there was a candidates. I think there was a candidates as well between Robert Hubner and Smyslov, and it was decided by the turn of a roulette wheel, which sounds like. I think it was Smyslov. That was the same candidate cycle where he ended up facing Kasparov in the final, I believe, in 1983, right? Anyway,
You're just a fountain of knowledge, Danny.
it's just chess history. But this position looks quite good for black. It just doesn't have any issues here. It's just white
I mean,
to play.
White has tried to sort of castle this king. Do you remember he played King F1 in the opening?
Yeah,
He's obviously played
yeah.
King G1, H4, Rook H3, so it's taken a while to try and get his king safe. But obviously, he's still got the weak D pawn. Black's
Sure,
got slightly
sure.
more comfortable position, more squares.
Yeah.
I don't think Luke was ever an amateur. I think we're sort of having this debate earlier. I don't, does he still have a full-time job? I'm not sure.
I think he's. I'm not sure. I think he's focused doing coaching now, so he's helping some people with chess coaching. But yeah, as far as obviously he was playing chess from an early age, and then I think he did get a job in the city for a short period.
But I think amateur sort of implies someone does it for free, but he never.
Yeah.
Someone like Jonathan Parker used to play chess for free, didn't he, in foreign CLs and things, and you could maybe claim they're amateur
Right.
players, but I don't know if you could claim Luke as an amateur player.
But I would say an amateur player's definition is someone who just maybe plays on the putt or just plays casually, never really done it seriously. If you've done chess seriously, you're not really an amateur player, in my opinion, and you never will be again. But that's just my opinion. That's it. Yeah.
So the debate is whether an amateur player is somebody who just has a full-time job at the same time. But I mean, Luke has played for the country many times before, hasn't he? And he's played in all these like London Classic events and many top all-play or Grandmaster events. So
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the amateur thing is concerned, I say Luke McShane played chess quite seriously from a young age and was very serious about. He played a lot of tournaments. So I wouldn't say he was ever an amateur. He was always quite serious about chess. Now, yeah, you're right in the sense that he was playing when he had a full-time job, but still, he was already at a very high level by then. So what is an amateur? I suppose that's just somebody's definition. It's just a word, right? It doesn't really mean anything. Getting into philosophical
Yeah.
debates now.
I saw on the
We were
chat.
trying to do the. Oh, it's on the chat as
No,
well.
in the
Is
chat,
it?
someone, Carl Stevens, said hello to you. I think you've spoken to him before.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know Carl. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice guy. He's based in the kind of northern area, like in trying to remember, Darlington.
And I think
Yeah.
Lawrence Cooper said we should be awarding the best and worst dressed prizes.
Yeah, well, yeah, we were talking about it. Michael Adams, if he wins this year's British, will match Jonathan Penrose's record of 10
Yeah,
British Championships.
that's one of the questions on the chat. Who's won the most British Championships? So, yeah, if Michael Adams does win this year, he will go joint top, won't he?
Joint top, and then potentially might have another good 4 or 5 years of trying to, set his own record, which potentially will never be beaten. You've always got to say that. Whenever someone sets a record, you say potentially will never get beaten, right?
So Kevin Winters mentioned that Ivanka's won the title 9 times before in the
Wow.
ladies' championship. So that's
Wow.
quite a. I mean, will that be beaten by Botana? Do you think?
Well, I think she'll be trying to win the main. She'll be trying to win the main championship at some point, but
you win the ladies' championship is obviously part of the main championship, so she might just win the ladies' championship several times over.
Yeah,
she might beat Ivanka's record.
Yeah, absolutely. But what's White playing in this position?
Well, obviously, Black's sort of threatening.
Do I bring the rook in, or is
Black's threatening to maybe win a pawn.
Yeah, I don't really like, White's position, but on the other hand, there's nothing immediately winning for Black, so you could take. So you think you might consider maybe taking the pawn and then taking here?
I mean, you definitely would look at that as a possible idea, but you might not definitely go for it.
I'll be a little bit concerned, but where does White move the bishop?
He's only got one square. He can move the bishop.
He can move it to D2. Actually, maybe not so bad, but it looks a bit. Yeah. So if you're worried about losing the pawn, what do you actually play though? Because there's no obvious square for the knight that looks tempting. You don't really want to go back to f3 because, well, you could go back to f3, I guess, but that kind of blocks the rook off, so that doesn't look very appetizing. I guess Black would just either consider taking on e3 or just bringing a rook into play, Nick.
It feels like Black's got good long-term pressure here, doesn't it? So it's very uncomfortable for White.
I'm fearing for Finlay here. Michael Adams is starting to build up a big advantage, so let's go back to that game. So we left it around about, interestingly enough, around about here, and you mentioned this move a3. I actually went for a4, which maybe is a little bit more powerful than a3 because it controls more space.
Yeah, probably. It's the same idea as well, I think, of keeping that bishop on the board, not allowing Black to play any a6, b5 idea.
Now, I don't think White would be so concerned that he does give the Black Knight the b4 square, because once you move the knight from c3, you're going to go from c3. Yeah, eventually you're going to be able to play the move pawn to c3. So Black played h6 and White brought the bishop out. Very logical developing moves by Michael Adams. Not trying to do too much. This is an issue that I often have, is I'm weak on strategy. I try to do something on every move, but he's just playing logical development. Yeah, another interesting move is well, this move I don't love by Oleg, and I say this comes back to what I was saying about strategy. The stronger you are, the more you understand strategy, that you got to play efficient development and not just move the same pieces. Because if you're moving that knight to g4, that bishop on c8, or if that rook on a8, if they could talk, they'd say, look, guys, what about me? What about us? What are we doing? Yeah,
you ever felt left out like that before?
Yeah, I've felt left out like that many times. You already moved. That guy moved twice. What about us? So, what could Black have played instead? I mean, I would definitely have considered a move bishop c7.
Well, you have to watch out for your c5 pawn.
Okay, sorry, I'm blundering again. So what? So maybe knight d4 there, Nick,
Yeah,
was an option.
it's true. You need to somehow get this light square bishop into the game, don't you?
Yeah, which does move a piece again, but it maybe achieves something constructive. And now you're ready to move the bishop and play d6 because that bishop at the moment is just not in the game. The rook on a8, they're just not playing. So knight g4, I think, was a little bit of an inexperience there.
I mean, so Michael Adams ignored it. I mean, if black takes the bishop, did he take the bishop in the game?
I think you'd say back the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I actually quite like this board structure for white because I always find you
Mm.
can get a lot of pressure on the f file, and you might be able to swing your queen out to a square like g3, double the rooks on the f file,
Absolutely, yeah.
knight h4, and in you go. So well, okay, I guess it's from teaching juniors. I always tend to find that when they have these double pawns on the e file, they can create quite strong attacks. Whereas for black, it's not so easy to find the plan.
I read a good book recently by Sergei Tivyakov, and it was called Rock Solid Chess. And I think you recommended this kind of recapture at some point. He's given some games with this. So black could maybe play knight e7, but then bishop c4 would be an option. Maybe that moves. The engine's already hating it. Maybe bishop c4. Maybe something even stronger, but this looks very dubious for black already. So I don't think this plan of knight g4 is working out very well. I think it's bad strategy. You're moving the piece over and over again, and you've got to play grand strategy. You've got to develop all your pieces.
He maybe went knight g4, hoping that Mickey was going to move the bishop, and then Mickey just called his bluff, basically.
Maybe he's hoping for a repeat. Bishop d2, knight
Yeah.
f6, bishop e3, and then make a draw, right? But I think that's... Yeah, but again, he doesn't have much experience. How old is Oleg? Is he about 12?
I think he's about 12, I think.
Doesn't have much experience. He's facing, a legend in Michael Adams who's really dominated the British Championships over the years. Will be certainly pumped up for potentially getting to number 10. I think he will get to number 10 at some point, but whether he'll do it this year, I'm not entirely sure. What do you think? Do you think he's got good chances?
Well, certainly a possibility. I see there's a comment in the notes from Richard McLennan saying that we used to be at Warwick University together. In fact, I think his sister was actually my neighbour as well, so it's quite a small world.
Right.
But there are actually several players from Warwick in the tournament, so I don't know if you know. I think Andy Ledger maybe went to Warwick.
Right. Chris
so
Duncan,
Matt
maybe?
Turner.
Or no, he went to Leicester University.
Who else was it? Viktor Stoyanov used to come here. He was saying that they played similar against Anish Giri at one stage.
Wow.
So, yeah, chess at Warwick was moving up at that time.
Sam Chow is, I think,
Sam Chow.
professor at Warwick University.
He's at Warwick, isn't he? And I think I don't really know Aya, but
Aya
was
is the guy who runs this site called ChessPick, which is a site that helps match coaches with very bad skills in terms of communication with students.
Okay, so there's quite a big Warwick connection with this tournament.
Absolutely. So so going back to this, so this position, this is looking bad. Black's played rook b8, so Michael Adams to move. What do you think he's thinking about here, Nick?
I mean, obviously Black's looking at the move b5, so he's probably just considering whether to do anything about that. I don't know if there's anything he can do about that move.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be tempted to play the move c3 here because that kind of takes away some squares from Black.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit on the slow side. Another move I would consider maybe trying to provoke Black into that exchange we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It's definitely a move that I would strongly consider. I think that's the move that I would expect. This is move h3 because, we discussed this before. I love to play with a plan, right? Now your plan is queen e1, queen g3, knight h4, knight f5, queen takes g7, checkmate. That's your plan. What can Black do against it? Very little, we would hope.
Yeah. I mean, is there a risk? Would Black actually consider not taking the bishop? Do you think after h3?
Of course, they probably wouldn't. But
It'd
then
be sort of admitting your mistake of playing knight g4 in the first place.
But now I'm thinking maybe I could take actually, and then no, Okay, let's not take.
Is there a useful move you can play so that when they play b5, you do take and put the bishop on d5? I'm not sure if that's ever going to help you or not.
Yeah, again, maybe grand
Um,
strategy again. move that knight. That knight. A lot of people want to move their knights away. Keep talking about overplaying. And your knight on f3, I want to move it away because I want to play f4, right? I want to attack. But on the other hand, that knight's also on a good square. So do you need to move that knight? Should you focus on pieces you haven't moved before, like maybe push the pawn up, right? Because that's controlling some useful squares. Just improve your position. That's a problem that a lot of players struggle with at all levels. Just when to just improve your position, right?
Not sure actually.
Let's refresh it. Should we refresh? Oh, hang on. Something happened there.
Oh, he actually played bishop d2, did he? Did he play
Wow,
bishop d2?
slightly surprised at that move.
Yeah, that is a big surprise, isn't it? Bishop d2.
It's quite hard to actually guess the top end. This c3 move that I was thinking about was one of the top engine moves. H3, it didn't mind. I would have gone H3 actually then, Nick, because I just think it's very simple to play this position after this.
Yeah.
And it just feels very logical. But actually, the top engine move is A5, which again, why would you? It's very hard to even consider that move because you think, well, first I'm just dropping.
Yeah, what happens
that
if
pawn,
black
right?
if black takes on a5? Is there some tactical problem?
So let's work it out. Like, why doesn't that move work? Why doesn't knight a5 work? b4.
You can maybe take the bishop after b4. You can't take on b4 because of bishop b6, but you could play.
I think
knight takes bishop.
I think the reason is rook takes a5, queen takes a5, and then b4 is crushing. No, hang on, I'm talking nonsense.
We just showed our strength here, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even consider b4. This is like next level stuff. So why isn't knight a5 winning then for black? No, but I think that we're talking about a different position. It is rook a5, and when you take, you actually go knight h4, and you're just crushing them on the king side because they're so far away from the.
Yeah, just go straight forward for the attack. Yeah, maybe maybe bishop d2 did have the idea of playing a5, but you waste time, don't you? So
it's. I mean, another move. It likes g3 simply with the idea of putting a knight on h4. Yeah, I think we're learning about a different type of chess now.
Yeah.
This is it's almost like that quote from golf. This is a type. This is a type of chess for which we are not familiar.
I mean, going back to the move a5, though, I have actually sort of come across this concept where there's a move that you want to play, and obviously a5 is a move you want to play to stop them playing b5, and then you just got to try and find a tactical reason why you can play it, and more often than not you can play it, but you don't end up doing it because of some tactic, but you got to sort of like work your way through it.
It's like your ego sort of like compels you to make the move. I think it reminds me of a famous quote that Timon once said about Petrosian. He said he played a move f6. It looked like a really ugly move in some position, but it's just a move that he wanted to play, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for that. Where did you read that anyway? Can you remember?
I didn't read it anywhere. I just sort of came to that conclusion myself. Because
wow.
So there's several times I've had positions where there's a move that I've wanted to play, and then I've sort of talked myself out of it because of some tactical problem. And then when you look at it afterwards, it's actually the best move anyway. And I've seen that quite a few times.
It could be another new book that I'm going to write. The will to play the move that you want to play anyway.
Yeah.
Could be the title of the book. Right. So so black's play b5, and then black's thinking about, really? They're thinking on this move. Surely they've only got one move, right?
Maybe he's away from the board. I'm not sure.
A takes b5. Is he away from the board? No, he seems to be on the board on the cam.
He has
taken back. So it's now Michael Adams is thinking where to move the bishop. The bish. I think he'll play it back to b3, but he might. Bishop a2 is also very little difference between those two moves. I think they're really the moves that. And Michael Adams, again, very experienced player. He must have studied a Ruy Lopez deeply. I know this didn't originate from a Ruy Lopez, but it feels like the sort of position you would get in a Royal Pez, right?
Yeah, it's definitely like that. I'm still a bit surprised by his bishop d2 move, but
It
yeah,
shows a flexibility of thinking, though, doesn't it? Because computers again, they all start from move one, and you say, look, I didn't go bishop d2 on the last move, therefore I'm not going to play on this move. But then he's thinking again, maybe I should go bishop d2. So there's some argument for it, but so what does Black play now? I mean, apparently they've got to go knight f6, but knight f6.
I mean, it makes some sense, and knight on g4 is not doing very much.
I'd probably just go c3 here, Nick, and just carry on from there. But you can take, and then if you take out the bishop, that's kind of annoying because you bring the knight round to g6. But I do like white here a lot. I think I'd feel quite confident here as white. It's probably one of the few positions I actually understand in chess where you got like a Royal Pez and you're just slowly building up.
I mean, Black needs to deal with the light square bishop still, so probably they're going to aim to play bishop b7 and try and play d5 later.
Yeah.
I mean, not exactly this position, but at some point in the future,
Probably.
maybe knight g6, bishop c7, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
knight
to
g6
stop the knight going to h4 and then
Yeah.
creating an attack. Now, would you be tempted with g3 there, maybe, or was that?
But
little
g3
bit-
doesn't threaten knight h4, does it?
No, but maybe I'm threatening h4 and h5. I just remember that the computer was recommending g3 earlier, so
I think that was
that was a different position though, because that was
Yeah, then you could play knight h4 in that
But
position.
now maybe this and then d5, and the computer would actually
you
starts
can't play
to prefer
d5
black.
yet, can you? Because
It starts to prefer black. So these kind of positions, Nick, I think they're more about, Michael Adams is very good at this, the Mickey massage, right? So, but the Mickey massage, where he's massaging a slight advantage.
I mean, certainly in his comfort zone, isn't he? With a sort of smaller positional advantage.
I think this is, yeah. So they're looking good on the top two boards.
Do you want to have a quick look at Richard's game?
Absolutely, 100%.
In the family.
Harry Grieve we haven't mentioned as well. We need
That's
to
true.
we need
Let's
to come
look
to
at
Harry Grieve.
Greaves.
And
We could
also,
have a quick look at Harry Grieve if you like.
hang on a minute. Owen Crawford against Marcus Harvey. We'll come back to that. Owen Crawford, huge development in that game. Marcus Harvey under big pressure. Richard is playing against Arjun Kalani. So Richard is obviously that's Nick's twin brother. And we had a couple of twins actually came in early, didn't we? So the twins in chess is not an uncommon theme. Yeah, I've actually seen this line quite recently with Bishop G5. It's starting to become quite popular because White has a very solid position and you simply play with E3.
Yeah, I've played this line a few times before. I quite like it.
Yeah,
as an
I quite
option.
like this. I mean, there is lines where Black can go G5 and put a knight on H5, but that's quite double-edged.
Normally they've played C5, D5 before they do any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arjun, I've actually done a couple of training sessions with Arjun as well, and he's actually been playing quite well recently. He drew with Simon Williams, and he was winning also a game against Alex Golding in the recent Sussex tournament.
Wow.
But unfortunately let that one slip, and he's been playing quite well recently. I think he was quite close to getting a draw against Konev, who's also an experienced Grandmaster. So this is not an easy first round pairing for Richard.
Sure.
But it looks like he's got a sort of reasonable position. He's probably quite happy with this so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And to come back to what I was saying before about grand strategy, that both sides have kept all their pieces on the board. They're just developing. We've got the contempt factor in play as well because all the minor pieces are on the board. So the Leela contempt factor is very much present. It's White to move. Is it White to move? It's Black to move here, actually. So what do you think Black would be considering here, Nick?
I mean, the first thing to note is Black is also burning a lot of time at the moment. So that's something to really be aware of because that can come back to haunt you in the future. But yeah, I mean, the queen on A5, yeah, it's a bit unclear where you're going from there, isn't it?
Sure.
I mean, the moves you'd want to move that knight, wouldn't you, off D7, but then you just worry whether that might lead to some possible
Tactical issues.
tactical problems. Yeah.
So what you're thinking is if you go here, maybe I might go here.
Yeah, that would
maybe,
be could be a possible.
I don't think I can quite make that move work because you can take on D4. But Also, the queens there starting to look very short squares.
Yeah.
So maybe even just a simple move like a3 is going to cause a problem. Maybe there's other ideas. So you could bring the knight back there. Maybe that's more solid. I think black sometimes in situations where you're being slightly out prepared, what can make it worse if you just start to spend too long trying to find like perfect moves?
Yeah, because I imagine Richard does. He's kind of doesn't have any more opening theory at this stage, does he?
No,
He's also just going to be playing his own moves, so you
exactly.
don't have to worry about anything
Yeah.
more
So
preparation.
I mean, I think he can get into trouble if he really just keeps using too much time. And I think just play him like knight f8. Maybe it's not the best move, but just play practical chess, right? But if he starts spending like ages trying to find the absolute best move, he's going to get into more time trouble, and that's going to cause problems. So I think it's looking good for Richard. Let's come back to that game later, but so much chess going on. And we mentioned this game, Owen Crawford, who's, again, maybe I'm not a player I'm that familiar with, but he's quite talented. He's playing against Marcus Harvey, who's recently got a GM norm, one of the main contenders in the tournament. But it seems like Owen Crawford's got a very good position at the opening. So let's go through the...
Looks like a sort of French winner or something.
Yeah. So e5 and then...
Oh, this knight c6 move, I think Magnus Carlsen played that a few times, played against Geary and Anand as well. It always used to be considered a bit of a dubious move. I remember I used to have an old French book, which I think maybe Lev Sakis wrote, and he put a question mark with knight c6.
Right.
But nowadays you can just play anything, can't you? So
I keep hearing about this guy, Magnus Carlsen. Is he any good? He keeps coming up in conversation, right?
yeah,
I remember at the World Cup, they showed him during one of the matches, and like none of the commentators had the slightest clue who he was. So he might be famous in the chess world, but
yeah,
you're nothing
not
in the
famous.
real world, Magnus.
But yeah,
You're a bit like me.
He had this game against Anand
Yeah.
in like a blitz game, and had this incredible end game. I don't know if you've seen the end game where Anand was like queening in both his pawns and trying to get some stalemate tricks as well.
Right.
And they were kind of laughing at each other during the game. But
Yeah. As you do.
yeah.
Okay, so the issue for black here is that obviously if you trade the queens, white can claim their pawn up with a bishop pair. He did trade. Not loving that move. So maybe he's just trying to rely on his experience. I
Was
guess
Queen C2 an option or not? I don't
that
know.
felt like a much better option. But okay, we're going off the engine evaluation here.
But you have moved your queen 3 times. I guess you are sort of thinking about trading queens in some positions.
Yeah, so he traded queens, but
But I mean, once you take on C2, you've got this queen E4 check option as well, haven't you? So you don't. So you could just take the pawn and then potentially trade queens later if you needed to.
But when he took here, he didn't use a lot of time, did he? I think so. Maybe he'd already decided to do that earlier.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, again, I come back to time management. Time management is very important, Nick. And sometimes you need to pause and you need to think, this is a crucial moment. And I think that's often what separates, maybe the guys who are going to do really well from the guys maybe not doing so well.
I mean, compared to the sort of winner alliance where you end up putting the queen on a5, if you just go back a couple of moves, when he played queen a4, one of the problems is that black's actually had to play g6 in this position, and that sort of weakened his dark squares a lot. So, yeah, long term is a little bit uncomfortable for black to deal with these weakened dark squares. Maybe Lev Sakis was right in the first place. This knight c6 is not the right move in the opening. But this definitely looks uncomfortable for black.
Lev Sakis,
So-
he
so
was a
maybe I'll-
contemporary of Kasparov, right? I think he was
Yeah.
around about the same era, yeah.
But yeah, this is. I mean, white's got the bishop pair. Black's missing the dark square bishop, which is his key bishop, and black's obviously a pawn down as well. So he's gonna have to try and get his pawn back.
So he's played knight c6, very logical moves, attacks the pawn, but white's defended the pawn. So now knight e7 was played, white played bishop d3, and white's played quite a smart move there, I think, knight d2. That's a very clever move. So I think he wants to support the pawn on e5 by playing f4. And once you get f4 in, starts to become a little bit awkward for black. Because also potentially white could maybe think about even attacking in the endgame with g4, right, later in the game. So Marcus is having a think, but he's definitely under pressure in this game. So we could see a potential upset. Maybe not a win for for white, but maybe a draw. What do you think? I'd
Yeah, I
probably
mean,
bet on a draw at this stage.
probably. Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to see how he's going to get his pawn back here. He's
Yeah.
just permanently going to be a pawn down, isn't he?
Do you think Marcus is maybe a little bit under pressure as well? Because obviously he's got, we're talking about amateur players. I think he's somebody who again could be listed as an amateur player because he works full time, but he doesn't have that many tournaments to play, right? To do well, and a lot of people have been tipping him to win this British. He's even tipped himself to win the British. So that's confidence. He's a very confident guy. So you think maybe he's under a little bit of pressure that he's kind of, I've got to win this game, right?
Well, I think Marcus plays for the win in every game. To be honest, he really goes for it. He doesn't take any draws, does he? Just keeps going. So I think it's just he just had a bad opening, hasn't he? And he just needs to try and find a way to kind of get back into this game.
Another player we haven't mentioned yet. So, there's so many games. We'll come to Freddie Gordon's game in a minute because that's also an important game. Freddie Gordon's representing Scotland. Jonah Willow, he would be my tip. Out of the dark horses, I would go with Jonah. I think he's somebody who's maybe not shown that much recently, but has clearly got a lot of talent. He did well in the Leicester British, actually. I think he lost in the last round of Michael Evans, but he was clearly up there. So he would probably, if I was going to go for a dark horse, so my overall tip is Luke McShane. Just remember this. This is on video, right? If this comes through, I've tipped Luke McShane to win with Jonah Willow as my dark horse. Obviously, Bod Hannah would have to be up there as well as one of the tips. But maybe I'm just going off the engine of Val, and he's actually clearly better against. Siraj is somebody who always plays
last
the
year you basically backed everyone apart from Mickey, didn't you?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it backfired, right? Sorry? Probably never. But Hex, I think it's called. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's not.
Danny picks Luke every year.
I pick Luke every year. Every year he plays. Yeah. Well, he's the top seed. I mean, he's a top seed, so you got to respect the top seed. You can't get top seed by accident in a tournament like this. You got to obviously play very well over a number of years, and So in this game, he's playing against Siraj, who's quite a good, again, young player, but he always plays the Alekines, and I'm not sure his theory in this Alekines is that great, and he often gets quite a suspicious position. That seems to have happened in this game. Jonah's just playing a solid line as white. Rookie one, very logical move. I said before about grand strategy, just developing your pieces. You're not neglecting that rook on f1. Something else I noticed when I watch Magnus Carlsen play, again, we mentioned him again. Maybe we should have like a running tally of how many times we mentioned Magnus Carlsen, right? But when I watched him playing the FIDE Rapid and Blitz last year, which I think that was in Doha in Qatar, right? And I would always notice in games he plays rook to e8 or he plays rook to e1, So he'd always try to develop his king's rook as quickly as possible. So rook e1 makes a lot of sense.
I think every move Jonah's just been developing a piece, hasn't he? He hasn't really wasted any moves at all.
Yeah, very efficient development. Bishop c4 again, logical move, and he's just taken. And now white's getting a nice position. Pawn on c4, pawn on c6 is weak. Rook d1 again, very active. Bishop c1. He's very well prepared, again, like Harry Grieve is another player, like we're talking about with preparation. I think Jonah Willow would sort of fit into that category as well, that he's generally quite well prepared, generally quite a confident player. He's taken the pawn, and it's white to play here. But what would you expect white to play in this position, Nick?
He he's just won a pawn, hasn't he? So probably just try and hang on to it. Queen, I don't know, can you go queen d5 or something? I don't know if there's a better move.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit concerned that you just keep booting the queen, but apparently...
Then you can move your queen to f3 or something, can you, if they play rook d8?
Could he maybe consider a move like that? Or maybe...
You suggest a move and then the engine just refutes it straight away.
Hates on it. Can we...
Bishop e6, I'd be so tempted to sack.
No, that's bad. Pretty much every move I've suggested so far has been
terrible. If you select enough moves, it'll eventually find a good one.
Yeah, it's like, what do you call it? Throw enough darts, right?
Yeah.
So basically, we're having a problem here finding a good move for black. Is it actually the position here that he's gone rook c8? Or has he not gone rook c8? But after this, apparently it's not that great for white. But I can't find a move that doesn't lose on the spot.
Well, I mean, you don't have to go to d5 because you can still.
You could hit the A pawn.
Yeah, so
as
you
well.
hit the A pawn and
You
stay a
could
pawn
go
up that way.
queen A4 or queen A6.
Yeah.
Okay, so this game is looking quite good for Jonah currently.
Should we look at Harry Grieve? We haven't looked at his game
Absolutely,
every. I think he's
100%.
on the video
Harry
as well.
Wow, Harry Grieve has got a huge advantage already. Let's go from the start. Harry Grieve.
Against Jonathan Blackburn, who has done a bit of commentary here.
Yep, lovely guy. Also got a sister who plays chess as well, Susie Blackburn. I don't know if she'll be watching the stream, cheering him on. So he's also a very good player. So French advance and Susie Cook, actually, I think is her name now. But in this position, white played g3 with the idea of h4, h5. And that's what he did. Harry Grieve is very well prepared. He tends to play e4 a lot.
You can sometimes in these situations end up with a knight on h8. It's a bit weird. I mean, black after g3, black could potentially have played f6 straight away, or takes an f6 with the idea of stopping, of getting in there before white played h4. But he has ended up with a knight on h8, and then you try and get it back out by playing f6 and knight f7.
Yeah, but that's what he's done.
Yeah.
So this all looks kind of fairly standard, and Harry's.
But look at the time difference. I mean, Harry's so far up on time.
Wow. So he had 18 minutes, but not at this moment in the game, right? But maybe later in, yeah, and that's an issue. You know, we just talk about time management. I think you can play too quickly, but also you can play too slowly as well.
It's like you said, Harry's preparation has really given him that big time edge.
At the current stage of the game. And one thing I remember with Harry Grieve, he played Simon Ansell, who's like a teammate of mine in the 4NCL this year, and they played some obscure variation of the Rossolimo, and yet Harry knew all of it. He knew all the moves, you know, and he's like, Simon's like, how on earth is he like finding all these moves, right? This is crazy. And he's just so well prepared, Harry. So he's obviously a danger man in this tournament. F4, very bold. King G2, he took. Okay, Bishop C5. Maybe Knight F3 feels, or Knight B3. Knight F3 plays, yeah, it looks very logical. Coming to G5. Black took.
I mean, that does let the white rook into the game, doesn't it?
So it comes back to the old poison pawn, you know, and again, grand strategy, right? I keep coming back to the same boring subject, but you need to develop your other pieces because you move your queen. So you're grabbing the pawn, but you're neglecting development of the other pieces. Maybe you move like rook c8 would be possible. Try to put the rook on an open file, right? And maybe move the bishop so that, you know, maybe your plan is to go rook c7, rook c8. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I'm not sure if I'd move the rook off f8. I feel like you need that to help protect your king a bit, but certainly rook c8 looks logical. The game starts at 2:30 each day, apart from the last round. I think the last round's a morning game, is it? It was last year anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. I notice Harry is changing posture a lot.
He looks nervous, doesn't he? But I'm not sure if he should do.
Yeah, it's like when you've got so much time in hand, but it's interesting how intense he's been, even though he's got like oceans of time. So we've had some more moves, I think, by the way, because after knight f3, he did take the pawn, and white went rook b1, black took.
Yeah.
So he went rook a1. So he wasn't tempted to take, because I think black's idea was to counterattack with bishop a4.
Rook a1, is he trying to trap the queen in some lines or threaten to? Or
Okay.
are you? I mean, I don't know if you are though.
Yeah, queen d3, very
That's
clever move.
threatens
So
rook,
he's
rook
threatening,
fb1.
yeah, very clever. Which I think possibly Jonathan overlooked when he went for this.
Is it still his preparation? Look how much time he's got left.
I'm not sure now. It's hard to say. But he's got knight g5.
He's playing all the moves really quickly. I'd be so intimidated if I was Jonathan Blackburn and my opponent's got 1 hour 35 on the clock.
It's scary stuff.
It feels like he's just. It feels like he's literally still in preparation, doesn't it?
Yeah, so
He's
basically
going to win this game out of preparation.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He's got the preparation level of a very, strong player, which he is. And I think he's maybe also hired by, 2,700 guys, maybe to help them, because he's known to be a very strong theoretician. So in this position, it's white to move. What are your counter moves here, Nick?
I mean, you could attack the rook. If you attack the rook, then black would have to give up the exchange at least.
But I'll be concerned after this. Is
You
there
would
an
have to,
issue
you can't
with...
attack it with the bishop because
Yeah.
then you lose the bishop on g4. You'd have to attack it with the
Right.
pawn. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you want to go g4.
I'm not sure if I want to, but it would
No.
definitely be a candidate move because then black would have to play rook g5, I guess.
I think he's probably his main move is just to attack the queen, right? Like,
Attacking the
maybe
queen
that
certainly is an interesting
Or
move.
maybe
Queen
with the other
c4.
rook.
Queen c4 was that a move?
Yeah, or queen d4 maybe.
Queen d4 maybe.
You
Yeah.
want a
But queen d4 is better.
looks-
Yeah, it's better.
So
move,
I
isn't
think
it? Yeah.
maybe he wants to attack with the other rook, so that when you go queen d4, when you exchange, you don't have this issue with that it's the bishop's attacking the rook. So is that better?
Yeah,
Because
it's good-
now
good
when
thinking.
you do this, I can either take on b7, or I could simply take immediately and then hit the rook is another option. No, that's not very good.
Maybe just take on b7.
I
then.
think you just take, and it's really, really nice for white.
I mean, can you take on b7 without even swapping the queens? Is that even?
Probably even more accurate.
I don't know if that's another option.
And it's really, really nice. And ooh, yeah, this looks horrible for black because you're simply threatening to take on b7. Very simple position to play.
Yeah,
not liking his chances here.
Well, I do feel a bit bad for Jonathan because he's not really. I mean, he's played quite well, hasn't he? But he's just walked into a wall of preparation. That's the problem.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. But queen b2, it comes back to what I was saying before about, you've got to play better strategy because you've developed that queen. Try to bring your other pieces into game, right? The rook on a8. The rook on a8 could be the main character, the main personality of this tournament.
Yeah.
How often do you use your rook on a8? Could decide
Well,
how
that's
you do in a
certainly
tournament,
important.
right?
I think we
go on a
might be going
break.
for a quick break now.
Yeah, I don't do breaks, but apparently these two do. Breaks are for wimps,
That
as
is the machine.
Gordon Gekko once said.
いいか、現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realizes your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium, steel and stainless steel to your specs, guaranteeing quality.
Right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to live commentary. It's getting very exciting. This is starting to come to the meat and drink of the round. So, somebody mentioned our good friend Simon Williams is playing in another exciting game. Simon will be one of the most popular winners of the British if he managed to win. Which board Simon is Simon on?
He's probably higher board than that, is he?
Yeah, I think
boards?
he's on
Let me look.
maybe just around about the Roberson level, right? Here we go. Board 13. He's playing against a guy called Tim Elgar. Now, Tim Elgar, I lost to actually Northumbria Masters last year in the final round. And he's a pretty good young player, so I'm quite familiar with him as a player. But he does play these kind of quite positional lines as white. Simon is played very aggressively with this move h5. Very typical Simon approach.
And I think when the knight leaves f3 quite early, it's quite standard to play h5, so it's not really, too much out there. He does tend to push the h pawn at the first opportunity, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's So I'd be tempted there, Nick, just to play h3, just so that you can meet h4 with g4. That's typically what I like to do. Either
Yeah,
as
I like.
black when you go, h6 if they go h4 as white. And yeah, is that
Yeah,
something you
I
tend
tend
to
to
do?
do that as well. I tend to like that because you keep control of the G4 square as well, compared to if you played H4, for example.
Yeah, because I was talking about uh, I was actually writing a book on the modern, sorry, a course on the modern for chessable, and I mentioned whenever white goes h4, if black goes h5, that knight on g5 can be annoying. And I imagine that if white was to go h4 here, that knight would go to g4, and then how do you get rid of that knight? If you go f3, it's a very weakening move, so that knight's going to be there for a long time around about the white king. So white played, he did go h3, and Simon went very solid. Set up king h2, I would have been tempted by, but I guess king h2 he was thinking about maybe
Is there some sacks coming?
probably some
Yeah.
sacks, yeah. So he went h4. This is very solid for both sides. Black's played queen c6, knight f3, and white's played a bit queen b1. Which looks a little bit artificial to me. You know, come back to what I was saying about grand strategy. The queen, I always think with a queen on d1 or the queen on d8, people are sort of tempted to move it too soon, because actually the queen on d1 stands well. Because I read something about Peter Heine Nielsen was saying this recently, you know, about, because obviously he's a big advocate of freestyle chess where you move the pieces around. He's obviously talked a lot about this strategy in freestyle chess because he trains Magnus Carlsen, who we mentioned yet again on the broadcast. But he did say the queen stands well on the starting square, so why move the queen at all? Well, clearly with that move, he wants to put the queen on b2. But maybe it's better to think about. I mean,
You can play Rook C1 as well if you want to.
I think Rook
You
C1's a
can still
better
play like
option.
Queen D2, Queen B2 at a later stage.
Yeah.
It's not like you can't play it.
I'd also be tempted to step out of the pin. I don't like the
Sure.
fact that knights, you know,
Yeah.
maybe
It's
that's
quite a sensible move as well.
So he's gone queen b1,
Was there
a5.
perhaps an opportunity for black to do something in the middle there? I guess E5's too soon, is it? Or some D5, maybe. I don't know if they could do anything there, though.
I like your e5 suggestion. And then after this,
E4 does run into
maybe
knight D4, doesn't it?
could I just go knight e4 and then, or knight g4, and then
Now E4
now,
is definitely on the cards, isn't
now
it?
also f5 maybe is also maybe something.
But
E4 I like.
might be something with E4 as well. Yeah, there's some possible ideas. Yeah.
So I think a5 was not really needed by black, and but white's played another mistake with rook c1.
Yeah. I don't really like the way white's put all the pieces on the queen side.
Yeah,
All the
it
heavy
feels
pieces. You
very
need something around
artificial.
your king, don't you? I personally don't like leaving my rook on a1 at all. I really feel that rook on a1 is the worst place of the two rooks, and the one that I always like to try and move into the middle quite quickly.
I remember you said that on the broadcast last year, and ever since then, whenever I've had a chance to, I'll move the a rook to d1
Good.
based on your advice.
Thanks. Where he's done the
Yeah.
opposite now, he's completely blocked that rook into
Yeah, I
a1.
don't like this at all. And also, Simon's a very good attacking player, so he'll be definitely thinking about moving that knight. Like Kramnik said in a course on Chessable, move your pieces close to your opponent's king. So a bit like knight g4, suddenly you're closer to your opponent's king.
I mean, something could definitely go wrong for white if he's not careful. So
those would be the main moves I'd be considering. Knight. Is there any other suggestions? Maybe you could play e4 immediately, or a4 is another move, or b5 is maybe an option as well. Would you consider?
I don't think Simon's going to play a move like. I don't think he's going to play a move like b5.
A4 does make some
Yeah.
sense though, because you're gaining space on the queen side, and you're ready to maybe in some cases go a3 even. You know, and like you say, that rook would then be locked almost.
Yeah, if you put a3, certainly with the bishop, doesn't have many squares either, does it?
Yeah, and
So,
then you get knight e4 with tempo.
yeah,
almost.
and there's some problems with that long diagonal as well.
Yeah, I don't like this for Tim Elgar. I don't think he's played this particularly well, but obviously he's quite a tough player, so I wouldn't write him off just yet. Still going to have chances later in the game. So I think we also need to mention another couple of players we haven't mentioned so far. I've mentioned Ami Gartzi, who is a very good player, and recently, I believe, went full-time as a chess player because he did have a business that he was running. You know, again, we go back to the amateur thing. There are very few like full-time chess players in terms that you can't make money from playing now. You have to do the coaching, you have to do the writing. That's why we're locked away in the commentary booth. We couldn't escape to play. We'd love to have played here, Nick, right?
I don't know. I'm enjoying that.
Yeah, I'm enjoying
your
the
company.
banter more. Yeah, it's more like. But in this position, is this a live position? Oh, okay. He's thinking about whether to take back. We seem to have
Something's wrong with his time, isn't it?
something. Oh,
He-
really?
He's,
That
he's
far into the
deciding.
game?
He's deciding which piece to capture the queen with here.
Katarina
Whereas
looks a bit
she's
nervous.
the bishop or the rook. I think she was from. Was she from Poland originally?
Yeah, yeah.
She's come over and played for the England team a few times, so she's a very experienced player.
That's right. I think she worked as a vet, but it's possible she's taking time off that kind of work at the moment. But so Amit's looking good. I mean, he also tied for first with Pragananda in the recent London Chess Classic FIDE Open, and Pragananda is one of the top players in the world. I mean, if Pragananda was playing here, he'd probably be like long odds on, right, to win the tournament.
I think so. Yeah.
So if you can, I mean, if you can tie for first with Prague, you definitely got a chance of winning the British, not 100%. So
And Amit's always been a very good player, hasn't he? So you definitely think if he has a good tournament, he'll be in contention.
contention again. Yeah. So another player we need to mention again as well was.
We didn't see the game with Steve Mannion, did we? And Baza Kutska.
Yeah, and that's on board 6. So Bazakusta, who's a very good young player, is playing against Steve Mannion, who's a very experienced Scottish player, and Steve Mannion has actually been doing quite well recently in senior chess. I drew with him in a recent tournament in Spain, and
This A3 moves very slow. I don't know if that's the right move.
yeah,
Because they're very slow. E4. It's all quite standard after C6. You can also play knight F3 here, but D4 was quite a standard position. But A3 does feel. I understand you want to stop bishop B4, but still feels quite slow.
yeah. So basically, we got this position, and White played the move F3, which of course is slightly weakening, but seemed to lead to reasonable position for White. I might consider knight h4 there, Nick. Don't know if that's a
Yeah.
good move, but
Certainly interesting idea.
not ridiculous. But he went knight e5. Yeah, c5 feels a bit weird. I don't like moves like that where you just take all the pressure off the centre. Again, maybe Bazakusta a bit nervous because he's one of the top seeds.
I
He's
think
looking to win
this
the
is
British.
probably the first year where he probably feels like he's got a genuine chance
Yeah,
to win.
100%. Like he's up there. Like he's very highly rated. Definitely got a good chance. Oh, you prepared this? Right. Yeah.
I don't think
yeah.
this actual position could be preparation, can it?
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, so he's very well prepared. Another very well prepared player. So, is there an argument? Should they ban preparation, Nick? What do you reckon?
I mean, if they could find a way, if they could find a way to avoid preparation, I think that would be a good thing.
Are you a fan of freestyle chess? Because
I don't like freestyle chess, but I think I don't know if I mentioned it last year, I quite like the idea that maybe your first move is picked for you and you just carry on from that position. So it's still normal chess, but you don't really know the opening.
Because I think if they banned, or if the problem is if they try to ban preparation, people would just cheat and find a way around that. So I don't think that would work. So I don't like to move c5. I would probably, I'm not sure what I'd play here as white. Maybe e3 or some developing move. Again, you're moving the same or just take.
He's probably worried that if he plays a slow move, he might lose the pawn on c4. Is there a chance black could take that pawn if you just play something slow?
You're grabbing, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Bishop f4 again, you're grabbing probably. So I think you have to take. Black's probably going to take back the pawn, so they maintain control over centre. And then you play from there. You play chess, right? But c5 is a very ambitious move, but apparently not a very good move. Because it just makes black's life a little bit easier. Ironically.
I mean, the main problem for white is the backward e pawn. What do you do about the backward e pawn? Is slightly weak, and if you play
Yeah.
e4 and trade off, then you can have a backward d pawn. So your pawn structure is slightly compromised as white.
So in this position, I would be thinking, one candidate move would scream out at me is knight h5 there, Nick. Is that a move that you would consider?
Yeah, because you can't really move the bishop away anywhere, can you?
Yeah. And I'd be worried about that move, I'll be honest, if I was white.
Because you're just threatening to take the bishop, aren't you, and then take on h4.
Yeah.
It's actually slightly uncomfortable for white, this position.
Yeah. So what do you actually play?
Maybe can you go away queen d2 or not?
Yeah. Good suggestion. So let's just say I take. So your idea is to take out the queen. But now you are hitting f5, so maybe taking was a bit premature, actually. Maybe I should...
I guess the bishop can't really go anywhere, can it?
I could prepare that by playing bishop g6, or maybe I could bring the other knight to f6 as another option, with the idea of bringing the knight to g4. I like black's position here. I'm loving black here, I'll be honest.
I think black is better, but I still think there's enough in this position for white to win.
100%. 100%. It's all the pieces are on the board, right?
Yeah.
So, we come back to the contempt factor. I keep mentioning it. I'm going to keep repeating the same subjects over and over again until people have had enough.
I noticed on the chat, Keith mentioned that Amit's actually tied for first in the online British Championships.
Wow.
So he has been technically joint British champion, but not really.
Keith has also won the online British as well. So, congratulations to those guys. I've never won an online British.
I've never really wanted to play it, though. I don't think it's got the same appeal as it's playing over the boards.
Well, somebody mentioned the other day about the online 4NCL. And did you ever play the online 4NCL?
I've never played any kind of... maybe like some blitz or fast chess, but I don't really like playing online when it's slow chess.
Yeah, I agree with you. I played the online 4NCL. So during the COVID lockdown, somebody had a clever idea of, well, we can't do normal 4NCL, so we do online 4NCL. And I remember watching this Johnny Depp film while I was trying to play a game, like a classical time control, because I got so bored of waiting for my opponent to move. I couldn't take it seriously, right? Because you haven't got the tension of a normal game. And we weren't on a Zoom call. Well, we weren't on a Zoom call, but I think they changed the rules where now if you play online 4NCL, it's all like on the Zoom call or something. You've got to, share your screen, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so I think it was that film called Transcendence. Have you ever seen that film?
I haven't watched
Probably.
that one.
Nah. Yeah, it's one where he sort of like becomes this kind of AI kind of supercomputer kind of thing. Anyway, so Michael Adams is better. Any other? Should we go back to?
Maybe have a look at Luke's game, shall we?
I think so. Yeah, but okay, interesting developments here. White is starting to get quite active. I quite like how Terry's handled this. I'll be honest, but
Finlay.
Sorry, Finlay.
Yeah, he has. He's put up quite good resistance. He hasn't just been rolled over by Luke, has he? So that's, like you say, they're all good players, aren't they?
100%. So is it black to move here? It's white to move.
So black is actually a pawn up here.
But there are some tricks now with that rook on g5. If you go bishop d2, queen takes b2. Is there a rook e7 idea, or is that?
Well, you certainly can't take the bishop in that line, can you?
No, so I'll just show that. So bishop d2, apparently that's not a great move. So when I take and go rook e7, maybe maybe you simply go rook f7, or maybe you go for some kind of check. I don't know why is the how is this line getting refuted? Maybe it's simply rook f7 is good for black, right? So here, this is hating this for white. What am I doing? Where am I going wrong? Where am I going wrong in life?
I think it's a bit late for that question.
Yeah, rook f7 maybe, or is that the problem?
Did you play?
That's not a terrible move.
Did you play g6? Do you? Was that just too slow? Yeah, that looks quite good for
G6 is
black.
good, yeah. Sorry? Right. What have you seen?
Yeah. That's quite a good point. He's looking at bishop d4, but the problem is queen takes rook
Ah,
is
yeah.
check.
It's check, yeah.
If it wasn't check, you got some tricks with rook takes g7 that could work.
So by process of elimination, I can't go bishop d2. So you want to put the bishop on d4, like the
I
gentleman
mean, you
says.
could move the rook, couldn't you, if you
Yeah,
want
I
to?
think that's the most logical
Or
move.
or you could play
Maybe rook e2 is also possible. So at the moment, it doesn't hate white. Doesn't hate white, but white has to play very accurately. Maybe rook e2, right?
okay.
Rook e2, which threatens bishop d4, right? Do you think Do you think Finlay will find rook e2?
Can we just have a quick look at what happens if black
Well,
plays
I
rook
wouldn't say it's
e8?
certain.
Should we have a quick look at rook e8? Rook e8. Because
Oh,
this could be some
wow.
interesting lines here.
Yeah.
Bishop d4. Yeah, this could be an example.
This looks very scary for
This could
black.
be a good version of the line we were looking at.
Very scary. Apparently, this is winning.
And then just rook e7,
Rook
I
e7,
guess.
if nothing else. And that seems to
Just
pick
take
up
the
the
queen.
queen. So I can't do that as black. So I need to come up with a better defense. You think Luke will play rook e8?
I think you'll see that one coming, really.
Hang on, he's played a move. He's actually gone for rook e2. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
He's asking the question.
This is incredible defense. I mean, this kid is actually pretty. He's decent. He's strong, for his.
And
He's
they are
not
good
very
players.
experienced. He's not very experienced at playing these sort of tournaments, but he's obviously a decent player and he's got a lot of self-belief.
I think because he had, I'd say, a bit of a bad opening, but since then he's put up quite a good
By the way,
fight.
baseball caps. I know I'm always wearing them, but do you think they should be allowed in chess tournaments? But is there an argument? I thought baseball caps were banned. Now they're saying that watches are banned and maybe baseball caps are still allowed, right? Watches apparently aren't allowed and obviously... Well, apparently there's no FIDE dress code at this tournament because surely that would... Backwards baseball cap would surely foul it, right?
I think someone's plugging the merch in the shop. If anybody wants some British Chess Federation merch.
So I got a bit of a problem here because I don't want to go g6 because that weakens the dark squares. So maybe I should just play a solid move like rook f7.
Yeah.
That's quite an easy
and it's
move.
quite good also because you just got the rook off a dark square, so you stopped any bishop c5 from
that,
happening as well.
That's quite an obvious move.
You broke the pin. You broke the pin of the knight. So actually you covered a lot of things at the same time, didn't you? You got the rook onto a light square.
It's a great move. It's a great strategic
block the pin
move.
And defend g7 all at the same time.
How much time has Luke got?
I quite like these multi-purpose moves which achieve several goals at the same, all in one move. So rook f7 looks like a really good move.
But his time management in this game, Luke, has been a lot better.
So the question is, where would the queen go after bishop d4? You can probably go
d6, maybe. Let me see what's wrong with it. Yeah, but I just take it because no pin. There's no pin. Yeah. Maybe you would play a move like rook e5, which would increase the pressure. He has played rook f7, which is expected. Now, I think white needs to really just maybe kick on with some kind of bishop d4.
Yeah,
move,
maybe
right?
he just plays it anyway.
Yeah, I think you might as well. I think white's got some reasonable chances of escaping it.
I'm not sure. I think this is the kind of position, if you were white, you'd like it if your opponent was short on time.
By the way,
if they're short on time...
Sorry to interrupt. The coffee here is really good.
That's good to know.
But it's £4 a coffee. It's quite expensive, right?
Do you take out a loan to have a coffee?
Yeah. Ring Ocean Finance to get some more coffees, right? Well, most things in life I don't have to pay for, but coffees I do. So we're thinking that this game is still in favour of Luke McShane. Should we go back to the Bod Hanna game? Because Bod Hanna is really the big name in British chess now, right? Or is that piling the pressure? Oh no, we haven't looked at Stevie. We haven't looked at Stevie Gordon, but we also haven't looked at. By the way, Nigel Davis is looking very strong on. Why is Nigel Davis on board 13? Oh, hang on. I'm looking. Am I looking at the
I
right?
think some of the board numbers might be mixed up.
Okay, right. Because okay. So we were looking at. Who were we looking at? We
You
were
wanted to
trying
look
to.
at Botana, who I
But
think
also, we want to look at Freddie Gordon. So let's have a look at Freddie Gordon's game because he's a very good young player from Scotland. He recently won the British Rapid Play. He's clearly very, very promising. He's already rated at 24.44. So let's have a look at this game. So, but
I remember when I played Freddie Gordon in 2021. It's the first time I got an en passant checkmate.
oh really?
So
Oh, I remember that game.
That's quite
Oh, that
funny.
was from Hull, yeah.
Yeah.
But wasn't he winning in that game? Or
it was drawing, I think, for quite a while.
drawing?
Yeah,
Right, okay.
but he's a very, very talented player. I think he's going to cause a lot of problems this tournament.
Potentially, but he's also again got a tricky. Is he playing a junior? Maybe.
There's a lot of tough pairings, aren't there, in this first round?
So knight h5 is a great move. So you know, that's why I keep saying you put your pieces close to your opponent's king. You've now developed all your pieces, so why not move a piece close to your opponent's king? However, you know, I think back in the day, by the way, Nick, this is the way you could always beat weak engines. You basically seal it up with f5, and then you slowly steamroll on the king's side. But engines now, it's not so easy to beat them that way because they defend so well, right?
I'd always be like really uncomfortable in these positions with black because I think
Yeah.
that pawn on f5 does give white a lot of attacking potential. And
In
you
fact,
have
it's
to be very
black's
accurate.
move, and even though the engine doesn't mind black that much, I think I agree with you. From a practical perspective, this is tough to play, right? So what are we thinking here as black? What would we do here?
Yeah, you have to be quite accurate. There's one suggestion of playing pawn f6, just try and lock it all up.
I think that's a great suggestion by I am Jack Rudd. How did you get on today, Jack? Right. Will you be coming on the audio? Do you think you could come on the broadcast, maybe show your game? Do you want to go for it, or shall I?
You can go through it with it if you like. I'll
Yeah.
leave you to it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just take a
Cool.
quick break and then we can see Jack's game.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm joined here by the legendary Jack Rudd, who apparently is also helping us with the broadcast. So nice to see you again, Jack. How you doing
you?
today?
Yeah, pretty well. I won my games.
So what board were you playing on? Could you?
46.
Okay, so let's stroll down to board 46. So I'll ask you some questions about this game.
Okay.
And you were playing against a player called M. How do you pronounce their surname? Are you
I don't know how I pronounce his surname.
okay? So this was not a player I'm particularly familiar with.
No, I've never played him before.
Okay, so you were white in this game, and you went with D4.
Always have to be a bit careful when you're playing somebody whose FIDE rating is lower than their year of birth. But
Oh wow! So this is a young player.
yeah, it's about 18, I think.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, but not too young. But...
Yes.
Okay, knight f3. Do we recognise the flag, by the way? Do we know?
Sri Lanka.
They're from Sri Lanka, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so d5 was played.
Yes. Anti-Nimzo system.
So you typically go for knight c3. You don't play the Catalan.
No.
Okay, so Black played bishop here, and you played the tower. This is kind of like the Keith Arkle approach.
Yeah.
Just chopping.
Yes. Keith Arkle has been my coach, so
Yeah.
we've done a lot of work together on positions like this.
Good, good. Probably the greatest
It's quite a good
Carlsberg player ever.
Yes, quite
One of the greatest.
quite a good thing to
Carlsbad,
play.
I should say.
Yes.
You know. So b6. What did you think about that move?
Yeah, it looks reasonable. Yeah. The idea is to try to get to c5, and then it's not clear whether the hanging pawns are good or weak. So, yeah.
Could they have considered playing c5 immediately, or was that just...
Could do. What if
would
I
you have
just take it?
And if they take on c3 and go queen a5?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, I think. I'll just castle, I think.
And if they take?
Maybe rook c1.
And slight edge for white.
Yeah, I think
Pushing with c4.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And if they don't take and go queen a5?
Again, like castle.
You would castle.
Yeah.
And there's a trick with knight d5,
Yeah.
maybe potentially. Yeah. Okay, so in the game, they went b6.
Yes. And he can't play c5 immediately because of the aforementioned knight d5 trick.
Yeah. So just show that to the
Yeah,
audience.
so
that
c5, dc, bc, knight d5.
doesn't look good for black at all, because they've lost a key central pawn, and they could take on b2.
But if you do that, bishop b2, rook b1, bishop back to f6, knight takes, queen takes, bishop e4.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no, sorry, not knight takes. Not
Maybe bishop
e4
e4 immediately.
Bishop e4
yeah,
immediately,
very
yes.
very strong. So you probably need to take.
Yes.
And this is bad news for black. So basically they've got to be slightly careful
Yes.
here.
So you play bishop b7. The alternative might be bishop e6.
That looks very logical, but bishop
Yes.
b7. You played
Queen a4. Yeah. Queen d7. Rook c1. Rook ac1. Yeah. Quite happy to get the queens off here. That c pawn is a bit annoying for black to defend.
maybe in this position they should have just gone c6.
Maybe. Yeah.
But then maybe b5 would be an issue as well, because that would also weaken.
Well, yes, maybe not immediately, because I think c5. I think just
maybe
c5.
something
Queen
like
b3.
this.
Yes.
And then also you have rook fd1.
Yeah.
e4 is also possible.
I can
Move the
do a
knight.
lot, and black has to
a4,
sit,
a5.
sit and wait to see whether I play b5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So taking was okay.
Yeah.
What they did was normal.
Yes.
They took, again, normal move.
Yeah.
And
Knight a6.
great move, apparently.
Yes. There's no other way for black to develop, because knight d7 is just met by rook c7.
So at this point in the game, you had more time than what you started with.
Yes.
And your opponent had less than 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yes.
So is this a typical scenario for you, Jack?
Yes. Not usually to this extreme, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You went knight e1.
Yeah. I thought the knight was my worst placed piece, so get it onto a better square.
Yeah. But could it be that maybe there were other options and you were playing a bit too quickly, or is it just you just got to stick with what you normally do?
It's possible that there are other options. I couldn't see anything particularly. I mean, rook c3 is also a playable move.
Okay, they went here and you went knight d3. That
Yeah.
feels very logical. Bishop
Yes.
e7, knight e5. So at the moment, the computer's starting to prefer black. Was bishop a3 something that worried you?
It's minor concern. I think.
Because how do you maintain the c file?
Well, I don't, but I have to try something else. This is a funny idea. Can I play bishop c6 here? No. Okay.
Right. Why can't you play? I guess because they can take and. Oh, no. Maybe they just take on B2? Let's take on C1? No. So they take here, do they? So apparently that's also not bad. What's the idea? Maybe take here is good. Yeah, but anyway, it says the black's better.
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
they didn't find bishop a3, which might have been slightly better option, but now they're getting very short of time. They've only got 10 minutes left.
It's still level according to the computer, but it's a lot easier to play when you have an hour and a half on your clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So this position, you played knight f4. Apparently that's a mistake. Doesn't love knight f4, but okay.
Okay.
Maybe bishop f5 was a move.
Maybe it wants me to play knight b5. Just win my pawn
Knight
back now.
b5, yeah. So knight f4, g5 it hated because there was a tactic in there. Was it knight d5 maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant move. Loves that. The first double exclamation mark on chess.com of the tournament.
Whee!
That's a crushing blow.
Of course, you don't play knight f4 unless you've seen knight takes d5.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So he was short of time. I think maybe he's lacking of
Well,
experience.
but he's also lacking a good way to defend against the threat.
Yeah, yeah.
He has to go king h8 if he wants to defend against it, I think.
Rook a1, didn't love rook a1, but maybe thinks it was just. Did you consider move like knight c7 here, Jack? Because you've got an hour and 27, so you've got plenty of time to
No, I
ponder.
could just see that rook a1 got me into the ending I wanted.
Right,
So.
okay. So just to go back, was knight c7 a crusher? It was, yeah.
Oh, right, yes.
But okay, rook a1, not terrible, and you still
takes a3. Yeah.
But maybe like rook d7. He's got not. Was he past time control by this point?
No.
No.
We never got to the time control.
So rook c8, and then bishop b4, and then you're starting to hoover up.
And the really nasty thing is he can't save the a pawn.
He can't even
either.
save the a pawn. But presumably you'd be winning even if you didn't win the a pawn, or you'd certainly have a much better position.
Yes, but if he can actually get to save the a pawn, it's tricky.
So that was quite a clever move, by the way. I like this king g2 move, Jack.
Yes.
Because the idea f4, you're going to take king f3, right?
Yes.
And
or possibly an immediate king f3.
Or immediate king f3. And these tricks with taking on e3 and taking on f2 don't work because you can move the rook back.
Yes, rook b1, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, rook a6, he resigns. So very smooth win there by Jack Rudd. Give him a round of applause, I think.
Thank you.
Well done, Jack. So thanks for showing us your game. And what do you think? Who do you think you'll be playing tomorrow? Do you think you'll be going to be taking on one of the big boys?
Probably somebody seeded around 20.
Okay.
So somebody like Sam Chow or Alex Golding.
Brilliant.
Somebody in that.
Right.
That
Well,
range.
hopefully you'll be coming in tomorrow again to show us one of your wins.
I hope so.
Again. So thanks for showing us your game. And yeah, thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back on with the British Chess Championships. By the way, should also mention that I think there's a QR code that you see at the top right of your screen. That's for the Macmillan Cancer Fund. Sadly, the winner of the 2015 last time the British Championships was in Warwick, was Jonathan Hawkins, who passed away a few months ago. And also another good friend of mine was Adam Hunt, who I did the commentary with. So very, very important cause. Also, any merchandise that is sold at the British Championships, 20% of that will go to the Macmillan Cancer Fund. So obviously a lot of people suffer with cancer during their lifetime. I think 1 in 2 of us get cancer, or something like 1 in 3. So it's a very serious problem. But yeah, going back to the games, so we had a quick win by Jack Ryder, but it feels like some of these other games are maybe on the verge of breaking through. So Michael Adams versus Oleg, we left that. Obviously, Michael Adams, huge responsibility to try and get to Jonathan Penrose's record. He's got a nice position as white. What do you think about his position, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, just quickly covering the point about the raising money for cancer. Obviously, Jonathan Hawkins did win here at Warwick University in the event about 10 years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, 11 years
11
ago.
years ago. And so obviously it would be quite fitting if anyone is able to make a donation towards it. That would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, regarding this game, it looks like Mark Adams has got everything pretty much that he wants at the moment, doesn't he? He's got good attacking potential, that knight's pins. The bishop, even an a2, is potentially dangerous as well. So black has to be careful of that. And there's always some knight f5 ideas to be careful of as well. So
Sure.
it certainly feels as though black is under pressure. The only pieces white has to improve really are the rooks. But black's going to have to be very careful in this position not to fall for some kind of tactic.
So it's black to move. I always feel with amateur players, by the way, Nick, that they struggle with pawn captures. They forget about the potential of pawn captures. So I think with black here, surely must be thinking about just taking the pawn, right?
I mean, certainly taking the pawn's a move you'd have to consider. I might open up knight e6 as a possibility, which could be a problem.
Yeah. So you're suggesting that move, which looks potentially devastating.
It's quite dangerous.
So you basically, you've got a double attack there. The pawn on g7, the queen on d8, we have to take because of that. So now I'm coming in with a queen, and then happy days, I'm smashing on e7. Your king's very weak. So this isn't much fun for black. So your normal response is to take on e4, because that's, what we're taught to think about captures and checks. But given that's your standard move and that's not working, what other choices do you have? I mean, does he have to play out like a passive move like bishop c8 maybe?
I mean, that certainly comes into consideration, doesn't it? Try to move the queen away from that powerful g4 square.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a move that, again, is something that I've noticed in my chess as well, that I struggle to make defensive moves. I always want to attack. And again, this could be a young, inexperienced player like that. By the way, I think he has played a move. What
I think
move
he might have played bishop d6, looking at the video.
Okay, apparently that's a blunder, which loses more or less on the spot. So bishop c8 was a better option, which did lead to... Yeah, so basically this is, you spotted this tactic earlier, which is just a tremendous shot for white and just crushing.
You can look at the body language, look at Mark Adams' body language. I think he's seen it and he's just double checking it. I think when you see a tactical idea like this, you always have to go over it, don't you, 2 or 3 times, just to make sure you haven't missed something.
Absolutely. Yeah, just triple check, because triple Salako.
I think he's played it, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of a fairly obvious move and really
like the second
crushing.
Double exclamation mark move.
Yeah. There'll be a few more.
After Jack Ryder's. I mean, but Mark Adams, he's one of those players. He is just very strong in the British Championships.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you can't really rule him out at all.
No, 100%. And also, I think this would have been on his mind for a while. The fact that he's going for record 10 would be a huge sort of thing to achieve. So the fact that he had a bad tournament in Wood Green, I think, would be completely irrelevant, because he probably was already thinking ahead to this tournament, right?
Well, it's quite interesting because I know it's going back a while, but in the 2008 British Championships. Stuart Conquest played this tournament in Ireland and he scored 4.5 out of 9. Terrible tournament.
Wow.
And he comes to the British Championships and he won the British Championships.
Yeah.
So sometimes if you have a bad tournament beforehand, it's actually not that bad. You just get it out of your system. And I tend to find that if you're playing badly in a tournament, it can be quite difficult to recover that tournament. But when you come to a new tournament, it's just a totally different event.
It's a totally different.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah. So, but obviously, you know, there probably will be tougher tests in this tournament. So, but it's a promising sign. He seems to be playing well in this game. He's found 96, so we're expecting him to win because Black's best line is just to basically get this very bad position, or one of Black's best lines is, you know, this is just very grim. I mean, even a move like E5 is probably favouring White, if nothing else. I mean, even if I can't find these spectacular, it's probably a bad move because it takes pressure off the centre. But even that's probably favouring White. But yeah, King G1 with the idea. I'd be tempted with Rook D1 there, Nick. What do you think?
I mean, it still looks very good for White, doesn't it?
Pretty much every
There's
move.
probably lots of good lines there.
I like the way the computer wants to play. It wants to tuck the king away, so there's never any checks for Black, you know, because you always have to calculate that there's checks. But this is tremendous for White. So let's go on to another game. We're expecting that to be a win for White. Shreyas Royal is suddenly taking over. Wow. Big shift in that game. So we left it. Where did we leave it? We left it in the opening. So he played this move. I was actually a little bit criticising because I was saying, you know, this is going for too many exchanges. But it seems to have worked out.
Yeah, White didn't really force the trade of Bishop for Knight. In fact,
I think he should have done it earlier.
Black refused it.
Maybe his idea was to provoke h3 all along. Maybe after, say, for example, in this position, after h3, he just wanted to go back anyway, which would be really remarkable, rather than taking, because taking, it's easier to play for White compared to the game. It didn't like his move in the game, by the way, Nick, with the retreat of the bishop. So after this move h3, it hated bishop c8. Maybe White should go for d4 then, Nick. What do you think? I just want to open the centre.
I think you need to try and get something working, don't you? Because otherwise...
I hated that move. So bad suggestions here by myself.
The problem is if you're too slow, then Black can play f5 and yeah, it's a little bit grim.
The computer would probably say that maybe a move like b4 might be in, you know, or could I consider maybe knight f1? I mean, would be a knight f1 is.
It might be f5 again, I guess.
What about knight c4? Let's try and knight c4 is.
Keep trying to find a good move.
Because f5 is a weakening move as well. It does create weaknesses. You know, if you play maybe knight g5 at some moment or bishop g5, you could argue you've got. I mean, I think Black is fine, of course, but
yeah, I guess the position is a little bit
double-edged,
delicate, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah, you should be careful.
But d4, the drawback of d4, I think, is a good one of the reasons the computer probably doesn't like it is because it opens up this bishop. So suddenly this bishop becomes a much more powerful piece, and Black exploited that factor in the game, carried on hacking away. Maybe bishop d7's a move now. c5, yeah, great move. Bishop e6, rook b8. And then he decided to take. This is very good play by Shreyas. So bishop g5 hates that move.
I mean, Black won a pawn, so you're under pressure as White, aren't you, to try and get something back for the pawn. You have to be quite accurate.
Maybe knight e5 is even a move, but queen a5 he played very accurate move, so he's targeting that pawn on a2. Knight d4. Knight d2 again. White's collapsing because psychologically he's under pressure. He's got a worse position, and he starts collapsing with like knight d2, which looks like you're overplaying that knight a little bit. Great control move, queen a6. So now he's got threats of knight e2, knight c3.
Yeah, I think Shreyas is playing very well at the moment. He played really well in wood green, didn't he? And he's
game's finished, by the way.
Is he won already? Is he?
He's won, yeah. Knight e2 and White resigned because.
Yeah, it's just really good game from Shreyas, wasn't it?
Great game, and he's looking like a very strong. Maybe he's a favourite, given his form, right?
Well, I think he's definitely, big contender, isn't he?
Yeah, I think one of the favourites, 100%. I think there's three favourites. There's Adams, McShane, and Shreyas, and I think they're like clear of everyone else. And then there's probably a bit of a gap to the fourth favourite. What would you say?
Well, I guess just kind of based on history, you say Mickey's probably the favourite, but then yeah, Shreyas is definitely up there as one of the main contenders.
Sure. Okay. So he's wrapped up the win. Luke McShane is looking good. Michael Adams is winning. Harry Grieve is winning, yeah. So he's got. Well, we was saying that earlier. This Toma game, by the way, the Bazakusta, you mentioned that, and somehow Black hasn't made the best of his advantage. Because in this position, yeah, I don't like that move H5. I feel like you're trying to fix stuff that doesn't need to be fixed, right?
Yeah, your knight H5 move was a good option there, wasn't it?
I'm a dynamic player. I want to attack my opponent's pieces. I want to attack stuff. You know, fix it. This feels a bit slow. Feels a bit. And then it gave White the chance to build up. And then finally went E4 in the right position. It seems to be very short of time here.
Is this time actually accurate? It doesn't feel right,
very
does it?
surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe one day we'll finally get accurate times on these games, but Katerina Toma game is also very kind of double-edged. But this position, what do you think White would play here, Nick? I guess he's going to take, right? Probably with that knight.
Probably. I mean, you don't have to even take it straight away, do you? But he probably will.
Or maybe with that knight, I don't know, more or less. Yeah, you could play me like that. No, it doesn't love that. Maybe D5.
It's
No, it
we
hates
keep
that.
trying all the moves till we find a good one.
Maybe this move with the idea of dare. No, it
It's a
hates
bit-
it. Probably
yeah,
you
the-
take on
we-
E4.
You
You
need
take
to get the
pawn.
pawn back at some point. If you move the knight away from F2, you can't do that.
So it's not worse for Black, but H5 really gave out a chance to have a better position. And now
mean-
it's a lot more murky.
Yeah,
And I
because-
can imagine a knight, sorry to interrupt, but I can imagine a knight jumping into D6.
Exactly, yeah, that's the idea that I would be worried about as well. So Black might feel under pressure to take on E4 twice just to stop the knight coming to D6.
That's a great shout. And you remember what I said earlier about amateur players, they struggle with exchanges, pawn exchanges, piece exchanges. Always think about the simple move. Now, let's say I take with a bishop. Can I just simply go knight F6 there, maybe? Doesn't feel too bad, does it?
That's what you like to play.
So that actually feels okay for Black, despite this error. His position is quite simple to play. He can, like after bishop F3, can trade and then put the knight on D5. Or maybe play a move like Queen D7 is also potentially possible with the idea of Rook E8.
Yeah, I mean, White's obviously going to be still trying to win this game, isn't he? So
Yeah.
he's going to... He
But
wants to
Black-
try and mix
Black-
it up a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, but Black seems to be doing quite well here. I mean, to be honest, I'd rather be Black in this position. Yep. To what? This position. Okay. Wow. No, this is.
Oh, then there's Rook takes
Oh,
knight.
there's Rook takes knight. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting
So
suggestion.
Bishop G5. Yeah, I was thinking about that move, but I think you could still. Or maybe you can go Rook E4. Ah, Rook E4.
But then
might be the
Bishop
problem.
Bishop F6, and then what's going on? We need an engine to work it out for us.
Oh, Bishop F6. Bishop F6, Queen E8. Bishop F6, Queen
Yeah.
E8. I think this move is possible. Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
okay.
it's just about okay for Black.
Yeah, it's fine for Black. So, I mean, I quite like Black's position, despite maybe H5 wasn't the best, wasn't the most combative move.
But it's interesting because sometimes you get those ideas like Bishop G5, and even though they don't necessarily work, you see ghosts. Do you ever have that? And you see it, and you don't play the move that you want to play because
Right.
you suddenly get worried about things.
Yeah, 100%. I'm worried about a lot of things in life. I'm Mr. Warrior. So, okay, so that game is still very much. I like these games in about. We left this game Owen Crawford against Marcus Harvey, and Marcus under a bit of pressure. He's one of the favourites to win the tournament, and he was under a bit of pressure here. So, this position currently on the board, it's Black to move.
It's just quite hard to see how Black's creating winning chances here, or even holding looks quite difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, but how does White make progress? I know the computer says White's better,
Yeah,
but
but
how
I mean,
do you
that's the thing.
actually? I don't think Marcus would be too worried here, but because he loves an endgame. I mean, I think one thing he might consider is bringing the rook to c8 from h8 at some point, and then try to play rook c5 and sack the exchange and try to argue that practically you might be able to win that.
Do you think Black will play g5 or not?
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the radar. G5's a great shout.
I mean, it certainly feels like on a position where Black can hold and be very solid. But in terms of winning, like what is the actual winning plan? It's quite hard to win this position.
So what do I start with? Something like King D2, or is there a C6?
Who's trying to win though?
Well, I'm playing Marcus, so I'm only trying to hold.
It might end up being a draw this game. I could see it ending as draw.
Yeah. So rook here, let's say, and now I want to take on C5 and sack the exchange. What do you play?
I don't know, anything.
Like what?
I don't know. He'll probably just play like rook b4 or something, when he'll, I don't know, or just play any move.
Okay, now I'll sack.
Yeah, then we have to take it. Computer doesn't like your sack that much.
No, it doesn't, does it? Yeah, maybe I'm being a bit impatient. This is my problem as an endgame player.
Yeah, maybe just sit there and you probably ask White to prove the win.
So this is still in the balance, I would say. You know, it could go either way, but it's obviously the engine's favouring White. Jonah seems to have lost some advantage. Also, is there any other games we haven't really looked at? We haven't looked at the Simon game for a while. Let's go back to the Simon game because this is getting exciting. Harry, I suspect, has won. Well done, Harry Grieve. Unlucky to Jonathan Blackburn, friend to the commentary room.
I think if you play someone like Harry, you have to probably catch him out in the opening, don't you? Because otherwise he'll just prepare your line.
I'd play
very
like
deeply.
h6 on move 1, right?
Yeah.
Or like knight a6, or just...
Be afraid of his preparation.
Yeah, I mean, just anything to avoid, you know, or challenge him to a game of... But I bet he's probably quite good at freestyle chess as well, right?
I thought you were going to choose like a different random game.
Yeah. Okay, so this position, Black is putting White under a bit of pressure, but White came out with a great move, knight e4. Didn't like... I mean, I'm thinking this feels more natural to put the queen on there, but then the problem is b4.
You can understand why you play queen b6, can't you?
Yeah. So here, there's this move. So what is the problem? So why? Is it queen c8 a move, or is that ridiculous?
But then just bishop b4.
Oh, queen a5, I think it wants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, because there's some kind of end game that might favour Black, right? So where do you actually move the bishop? Let's say you went here. Maybe now d5.
Is there some trick on the long diagonal?
Yeah.
You can get some f5 e4 kind of move in somehow.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just simple chess, right? Not even, particularly difficult, right? So queen b6, yeah, great shout, Nick. Yeah, queen b6.
I don't think I shouted that move, did I?
No, I mean, sorry, with your f5, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So, wow, great defense. As I said with this Tim L guy, he's a very good, very solid player, very good defensive player. So, hates rook a4.
That was a really clever move, wasn't it? B takes a4. And you obviously can't take the bishop because the queen's hanging. So this is the main problem behind this is the main problem behind queen b6.
And Simon, I'll be honest, is not coming off great form because, you know, we mentioned that Michael Adams, but obviously he's got the history of winning the British. But Simon had a very poor tournament in Sussex. You know, he hasn't played that much chess recently. So this is like a pressure game for him, really, because he's playing the similar type of player to who was dropping points to in Sussex. And, you know, again, like an older GM like myself. Simon, not as old as me, obviously. Very few people are, but... You know, he's getting on a bit, and he's playing these young kids who are up and coming, and they're putting a lot of preparation in. So it's tough.
It's not really the preparation that cost him, though, is it? It's just the actual game. They're just good at playing chess, aren't they? That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that was quite a good move. Wow, look at this. I mean, he's playing really well now.
Great defensive. He's back in the game now.
He's played really well. A couple of really good moves, gets him back in it.
Yeah, now Simon's under pressure to come up with a good response. Do you think he will find a good move here?
Okay, so Jaguar's mentioned if Black plays f5.
Wow.
What is a nice move, c5.
Another double exclam move. Apparently not. Double question mark move.
But you can take the knight, can you? And then you get the bishop as
Well,
well.
you can't take the knight here because the
Oh,
queen's...
yeah, use the queen going blind. Sorry.
Yeah, why is that bad? Then, yeah, because it feels like Jack came up with a great suggestion here. But maybe you can take, and then when you give out the... Do you give out the exchange? Is that the idea? No? So what's the idea? Maybe
Queen
queen
c6.
c6,
I guess
yeah.
you're still attacking 2 pieces, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
So it was a nice idea, though.
But another issue is that somebody mentioned they could push the pawn, but then I think a move like bishop b4 would be very solid for white because you're attacking d6.
You're kind of locking that rook out, aren't you, on a4?
Yeah, and also you got a simple move to follow up with queen b3 as well, or just take on d6. So you got, it's often what you're trying to do, especially when you're short of time. You're trying to play attack in chess. You're trying to attack your opponent's weaknesses, make it easy to play some moves quickly, right? So I'll be honest, I feel more confident here from White's perspective. What do you think?
Yeah, it feels like Black's got the more difficult moves to make.
Especially the way the game has trended over the last few moves. It feels tough to find good moves here for Black. But I think Simon, again, it could be like similar to Marcus Harvey. I'm not convinced he'll lose this game, but will he win it? I think maybe a draw is quite a likely result. What do you think?
It could well be a draw. I think those last 2 moves by Tim Elgar, it's kind of it's quite nice when you get to show what you can do. That's the thing.
But I say a draw, but to be honest, this position is still quite sharp. Like it doesn't feel like a game that's going to end in a draw, right?
I mean, Simon has got time advantage, which definitely counts for a lot.
But what would be your move here then, considering what would you actually consider playing here? Because it's not so obvious what you do play. Because we mentioned, sorry, yeah.
I was saying, can you target the c4 pawn with your queen or not?
Queen c6, right?
So like queen c6 or queen a6 or something.
But then I simply take.
Yes, it's not great, is it?
Yeah, queen a6.
No, it's the same thing though, isn't it? It's just the same line, isn't it?
So what is
the same line?
What is the move for Black here then? We can't take. We can't go queen c6. Apparently that's bad as well. So what move do we play? Maybe knight f6 is the move, but that's not a move that Simon would probably be even on Simon's radar, right? No, that's terrible anyway. Okay, why was that terrible?
It probably is b3 then, isn't it? That probably is the best move.
Okay, so b3, yeah, here, and then maybe a move like queen d4 is possible. Is queen d4 possible there? Yeah.
That's a good move.
Because the idea is if you go knight d6, can I go rook b4 there?
Yeah, same as queen takes b3 as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Queen takes b3, rook takes b4.
Right. Yeah, that makes more sense. So if he's got time, he can find b3 and queen d4. And he's got the time to find that. Is rook... Well, then yeah, that's true. That's a good shout.
You have to calculate a lot as Black, don't you? There's a lot of variation to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe rook d8 is a move here. I don't know. It doesn't seem to...
The problem is then the knight's hanging.
Also, this move is starting to enter into the conversation at some point. As soon as you move to maybe rook d8.
This is actually a really important point for Simon if he has to play well, doesn't he, the next couple of moves.
What's the move here, Nick? For Black, rook c8, maybe? Yeah, rook c8 is not bad. But if you go rook d1 there, what's happening? Then simply queen c4, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so this is very sharp. This is very sharp, and you have to find almost Simone moves from both sides, right? Just to keep the balance. So a lot of pressure on both players, I would say. Could go either way. Okay, should we stick with this, or should we?
What about someone like okay, Yishin Han's finished, did he? Or
Yishin Han.
I think he was just about. I think he went past him.
What board are we talking about?
He was in
Oh, here we are. Yeah, he's won. So very good young player,
Yishin Han. Yeah, another brilliant move.
Yeah, so he's had some good results. You mentioned Mickey Adams in the British. I think Yi Chen, he played very well in the Leicester British, for example, probably other British championships. He played quite well, so he's been travelling a lot as well with a friend of his, Harry Bryan. They've been travelling around, playing all sorts of tournaments. So he's definitely fully warmed up. He's played a lot of chess recently, Yi Chen.
He's a very young player as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's going to Oxford soon. So D5 apparently was not a good move. Maybe a move like Bishop E3, following my grand strategy advice about just developing your pieces, rather than maybe Bishop G5 there, Nick, as well, would also be on the radar. So he went D5. But this is fluid development for black, I would say.
It's been quite a good game so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, and you quickly bringing the rook into the game. Well, I suppose A6 is a bit weak, so you got to be slightly careful. Maybe move like B3 comes into the equation here. But he went D5. That's very typical Ruy Lopez move, actually, isn't it? Just open up the position. And very nice move as well by Yi Chen, who's improving all the time, I would say. Rook D4.
Yeah, and that's a very smooth game, isn't it? You can't ask for
Wow.
much more than that. That
Rook
was really,
D4.
really impressive game.
Move. Beautiful move. I agree with you. Yeah.
The whole game, and look how much time he's got left at the end as well.
Yeah.
So we don't mention these players, but you never know. It could be a factor. That's a good start to the tournament.
100% as a young player. I mean, Stephen Gordon actually is also playing, and Stephen Gordon was somebody who lost a playoff in the North Shields British in Newcastle, going back quite a few years against Gawain Jones, who I don't think has ever lost a playoff in the British Championship. I could be wrong about that.
Has he never lost one, has he?
I think he's ever lost one.
Did he ever lose to David Howell or not?
He beat David Howell in the 2024 British in Hull in a playoff, and he beat Luke McShane in, so he's unbeaten him. Never get Gawain in a playoff, because you're going to be in trouble.
Didn't Gawain blunder his queen in that playoff against Stephen Gordon?
He did actually. He blundered his queen.
And he still won.
And he still won, which just goes to show. So, okay, this game, Stephen Gordon, who actually took like a bit of a break from chess, I believe, was doing quite a lot of travelling, was also working.
Yeah, he was. He had a lot of potential, Stephen, didn't he? And then he just suddenly, I don't know, decided not to play for a while. But he seems to be coming back.
Very good all-round player. You know, very, very solid positionally, and will always spot tactical ideas as well. Knight B4, great move. Knight takes B4. And a lot of pressure on C6, but E4, which looks very tempting actually, because you're opening up that bishop on G2, Nick. Apparently that's not a great move.
I guess it kind of destroys your structure. It's a bit of an all or nothing move, isn't it?
Yeah. I have a feeling the doyen of Carlsbad structures, Mr. Keith Farkle, we mention him almost as much as mentioning Magnus Carlsen. Similar level player. Sorry, Keith, I'm only joking, mate. You're much stronger than Magnus. Yeah.
He'd never play E4 here, would he?
He'd probably never go E4 because he'd feel like that just opens up the position. Or he would go E4, but maybe not this soon. I mean, I'm not sure what you play instead. Maybe you play a move like Rook A1 or Knight back to D3 maybe is a reasonable move, just to put a bit of pressure with Knight F4. But okay, went E4. And then that was apparently the best move. Yeah. And then, so he's getting involved in the tactics. But Queen F6 is a great reply by Black, who's, again, a young player. I mean, so many young players. The more I'm looking at this tournament, the more I'm glad I'm in the commentary booth, because every pairing seems to be an older player against a younger player. And I'm sure I would have got similar kind of pairing, right?
Well, these younger players, they're actually playing really well as well.
Yeah.
They're actually giving the old players quite a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great move, Queen F6.
No fear at all. But also, if you play bishop takes E4, you got to watch out for your knight, do you?
Yeah, I mean, there is maybe a threat of bishop C6.
There's also some knight, yeah.
You can tell about the rook, though, I think.
Can you go knight C5? Knight
C5 is
hits the bishop,
definitely a problem.
Hits the bishop, hits the exchange, and threatens bishop C6 as well.
You're not loving this for white.
Maybe you have to play rook C5, do you? But then you lose anyway.
You can go rook E1 maybe, but no, that's also bad. But yeah, you probably have to give this and then try to play some move like that doesn't allow bishop C6.
Move your queen somewhere.
Yeah. like maybe queen. I don't know, queen c3 is a move, maybe, or queen a5.
I'd be like a bit nervous as white here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd be very
Quite easy
nervous.
to
Queen
make a mistake in this
maybe.
position,
Yeah, queen c3 might be the best.
as we're proving.
Yeah, I think guessing is. I'm not very good at chess
it's
guessing.
It's quite hard though. It's quite a hard position for
difficult
white.
position. Yeah, I'd feel very uncomfortable, especially very short time here, Steve.
Yeah,
So huge battle here on board 14.
there's a lot of pressure for Stephen actually to find some good moves.
By the way, the coffee, I did mention this before, the coffee in this place is really good. So if you're in the Warwick area, come down to the British, spectator British Championships, come to the commentary room.
And you can buy coffee for £4.
Well, it's probably the best coffee I've ever had.
That's good then. It's worth it.
It's like that. Have you ever seen Breaking Bad? The TV series.
No, I don't really watch it. Sorry, Danny.
No.
It's not as up to date as these
Well,
things as you.
a lot of people have watched it. I think there's a scene where he says, "Oh, that's the best cup of coffee I've ever had," because there's a guy he's working with who makes him a cup of coffee, and they're all kind of chemists or something. But okay, but yeah, it's shorter time, so we're thinking that Stevie G's under a bit of pressure. What move is it? Is there a way of finding out?
Maybe bishop e4 is the right move then, is it? Bishop
Let's have a
c4,
little
knight
look.
c5,
Let's
and then
have a
you got
little Apparently, the top move is a5, which is tough to see. Because this is just clearly worse for white because knight c5.
you should take and queen c2.
Yeah, but a5 is keeping the balance. Will he find a5? And also this Riviet. Let me look him up, actually.
You might find a5 because
How
you're
young
trying
is
to take
he?
away the c5 square.
How young is this kid? Riff Vic. He's played a move, by the way. What move has he played? Let's refresh it. He has taken a pawn.
Yes, after knight c5, which I guess black will find. Doesn't seem too hard to find, does it? He's got to be planning the exchange sack. Yeah, black's played it now.
Yeah. Can't find this Rivik. No, it's not the same person. There is a Rivik who's 20.
That's the first name, is it? Rivik?
Ah, what's his second name? Deepak. Deepak. Let's see the age. Deepak Fide. But now we're only getting Aaron Deepak, so
he's got to play. He's got to play takes.
Is there a way to find out his age?
And then move his queen.
He's got 2014. He's only 12, maybe 11.
He's got to find queen c2 here. That's not that easy to find, is it?
This is like a nightmare pairing in the first round. You're playing an 11-year-old, and you're down the exchange. You're like, maybe I should have just bid for the commentary or just, yeah. But no, these guys are brave. They're taking
like
it on.
Black's got lots of options how to play this position, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, Steve is good under time pressure. I mean, he's good in time pressure, but he's still got 15 moves to make in a very, very sharp, complicated position.
I mean, black could consider taking on c6 here, although that does give away all your winning chances. Yeah, they're probably more ambitious though. They'll probably try do something, keep the exchange.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, but Steve is quite used to these kind of pairings because he did play some tournaments recently, and I know he was a bit inactive for a while, but he's come back. He started playing more of these tournaments, so he'll be used to these kind of pairings where you're playing against underrated players. Should we go to some of the other? We come back to that because it's a crucial game, but
sure.
So more.
Maybe go back to the top board, shall we?
Yeah. So this is very interesting now. So it's currently white to move, but he's down a pawn, and he's playing against a 2600 player. I know Luke Bichet's dropped down to 2597, but traditionally he's always been 2600 level or above. I think. Is it possible that Luke got to 2700 at some point as well?
I remember there was one time he was really strong, wasn't he? And he was competing with the top players in the world.
Yeah, he beat Magnus, I know, in the London Classic. So he's taken the pawn, which is a brave decision because it's just one pawn, but he's won his pawn back. But now black has a chance to take over. Yeah, knight g6 is a great move. So double attack, rook on e5 and a pawn on h4. What would you play here, Nick, as white?
Well, you got to save the rook, but it is a bit uncomfortable for white, especially low on time as well.
I'd probably move a rook back somewhere, like rook e1, and just say, look, I'm a pawn down. But, you know, people try to do too much when they're losing material. They try to, then they make their position worse. So maybe I'll move back here, and then after take, I'd play some consolidating move like f3. And it's probably not too bad. So he's made a move. What's he played? He's gone rook e3, which, yeah, that's what I was saying about trying to do too much. So maybe he's trying to... Well, it makes some sense, though. I don't think that's really Finlay's style, just to start defending passively. He tends to be quite an active player. He likes to attack.
There's not too many things he can do to attack in this position, though.
No.
It's quite difficult, especially low on time. It's going to be very hard for him to hold this game.
100%, yeah.
It's been quite a high-quality game, I'd say, overall. Both of them have played quite well.
Very good, very good. And like I said, with Luke Bichon, I think this is what he needs to do throughout the tournament, is to make his time management a little bit better, be a bit more confident. I'm sure he would have thought about this a lot, and maybe his form recently hasn't been that great, so probably would have spent a lot of time trying to think about, you know, as a player, you often think about, you know, how can I do this better or do that better or train on this? I need, you know, ultimately it comes down to hard work. Would you say, Nick, that in terms of getting good results, if you put the work in?
I mean, he's like a phenomenally talented player, isn't he? But yeah, I guess your form always goes up and down. You just have to stick at it. Someone wants to look at Peter Wells' game. Should we have a quick look at it?
Yeah, 100%. So I think the reason the gentleman said that was Schwartz has won, Harry Grieve has won currently. Amit Gartzi is very much tied. Owen Crawford will have to come back at some point. Jonah Willow is closing in on a potential win there as well. Tim Elgar, Simon Williams very much in it. But we were sort of led towards, by the way, Stephen Gordon's in big trouble. So that's very interesting potential pairing. James Jackson, who's been playing very well lately, is doing well against Tim Wall, stalwart of British chess. Super tip. We need to come back to Bodhana, by the way. Bodhana, wow, big potential upset here. Bodhana's in big trouble.
You called this as a possible banana skin pairing for her, didn't you?
I think she struggles against like lower rated players almost, because there's a lot of pressure coming in for the British. So we left it. Let's just go back to the opening again. And I think I preferred e5. I didn't really like taking, but it seemed to be okay. It seemed to work out for Bodhana. And then, yeah, this feels a bit... After knight a5... Apparently knight a4 is better, with the idea of bringing a knight to c5. So he's gone queen d2. Not a great move. And again, George Sauer, very talented player himself. Knight c4 was, or bishop b4 was quite good for black.
I think for Bodhana as well, this year she probably feels the pressure of actually being expected to win, or win the Ladies' Championship at least. It's sort of different kind of pressure. You're not the underdog anymore.
Exactly. And she's definitely a lot stronger than she was last year, I would say. So, you know, that pressure is there. And she beat Peter Wells last year. We mentioned Peter Wells, h6 and queen d6, rook c5 was played. So black starts, yeah, I don't really like the move rook c5. Kind of doesn't really, just allows black to play a move that they wanted to play anyway. But what could see, yeah, maybe play a move like this, right, and just give up a pawn and then start to hoover on the queen's side.
Maybe her idea is to just weaken the c6 square.
Yeah, but this
queen a6 is risky. That feels very risky.
Feels like you're losing control over the king's side. Apparently, bishop h3 was already. It was a brilliant tactic here for black.
That's actually not that hard to see, I don't think, is it?
Not that hard. No, not that difficult to see. And you're attacking f3, and you're also attacking c5, double attack. So already she's losing a bit of control here.
I tend to find when you get a piece that's attacked, say after move like pawn b6, you normally should just move the piece. When you
Yes,
try and do funny stuff like queen a6, you give your
yeah,
opponent all the options.
exactly. And yeah, great shout there. Yeah, rook see it, and apparently she's gone horribly wrong because now she's in big trouble.
Well, here she was still probably was okay, wasn't she? But I think she's maybe just missed this bishop to
This is
h3 move.
terrible blunder, and great spot by George Sow. So his idea is after bishop h3, that if you take, I'm going to take with a queen, and then after bishop g3, what's the idea?
Queen
Oh,
f5, very nice
wow,
move, yeah.
wow, you're right. Queen f5, brilliant move.
Yeah, it just goes to show actually, because that's the second time she left a piece, kind of put a piece on the
Yeah.
square that was under attack, and both times there were tactics. So you have to be very careful about putting your pieces on squares which are under attack.
So in fact, this position, I think she's in big trouble because George Sauer is a good player, and
She used
if
to try and dig in for the draw now, doesn't she?
I think so. I mean, draw is really realistically the best try. She's a very good defender. She's very stubborn.
She's an incredible defender in the end game. I've seen her defend some quite difficult end games.
Yeah.
So she's going to have to rely on that now.
So big trouble for Bodhana. We'll go back to that game later, maybe check in on that game. But there's also Supratit has turned it around. By the way, Sam Chow, who's a local player, is doing very well. He's winning with black against Liam Varnum. So that's a big. Hebden, we mentioned earlier, he seems to be getting the better of Billy Fellows. Supratit is. I mean, we left it. I think if we just go back a few minutes, I think we left it. So we left it around about after. Right about here, didn't we? And he did play the move b6, which was a great move. It's interesting that Supratit just played a5, very aggressive move. And didn't like rook d8, by the way. Not sure what black should have played instead. Maybe knight d5 was a move. Was that better? Maybe. Not terrible, but not great. But okay, he went rook d8, which apparently was not the best, but still not terrible. Again, comes back to the strategy thing again. You know, why are you moving that knight? You're weakening your position. Why not move that rook? Move the rook into the game, right? You know, you haven't moved it. Again, that rook's going to be saying to that knight, look, you've already moved. Why can't I move? You know?
Was there some sort of tactical move instead of rook e1 then?
What do you mean?
Well, the computer didn't seem to like rook e1 much.
Yeah.
Maybe there's nothing that big.
No, probably nothing, yeah. So now... okay. Yeah, so just go back to that. So instead of rook d8, wanted to just grab the pawn. Which makes a lot of sense, actually, because you're a pawn up. And how do you even win the pawn back? Maybe that's a lot of chess is bluff, I think, Nick.
Yeah, was it Fisher who said you should just take the material when you can? Unless
Take the material and also...
unless there's some good reason not to.
Also, I think the important part of defensive chess is questioning your opponent's ideas, you know? I've often seen these chess.com broadcasts by Nakamura, and he'll sort of say, you know, he'll try to break down his opponent's idea, you know, say, like, you know, do I really believe this, right? He often doesn't believe his opponent's ideas. He tries to question them. So, you know, okay, so knight c5, and White's started to get some tactical ideas. Clearly, you've got to stop the threat of mate. So at this point, Black's doing okay, but it hated bishop d6. That feels a bit... Again,
is there some tactic after bishop d6? Is there? Can you,
it's something to do with taking on f6 and going bishop e4, probably.
Yeah, probably, because then if queen e5, then you're losing a lot of pieces. Bishop h7, you lose a lot of pieces for the queen in that line.
But here he hits. Maybe this movie.
Yeah, this is much better. A6 is much stronger. Yeah, this is really good for White.
Oh, very clever. It is a simple idea. Bishop e, very simple chess by Supratit. Very improving young player. I lost him with a British Rapid player earlier this year. He just seems to be improving all the time. As you said before, maybe destined for 2700 level. Rook D.
I think so. He's very strong, isn't he?
Certainly, he'll get to 2600. You know, where he'll get to 2700, not so sure, because we haven't had that many English players get to 2700. Can you name all the English players who got into 2700?
Michael Adams,
That's one. Yeah,
Nigel Short,
correct. Two.
David Howell,
Correct.
Gawain Jones.
I think I'm not sure if he's published, but he's definitely live. He may be published as well. Yeah, that's another one. I think.
I don't know if there's anyone else is there.
I think Julian Hodgson's
Matthew?
highest
Matthew?
rate was 2640.
Matthew Sadler.
I don't think Matthew Sadler was ever published, but he's currently 2694. So he could come back and play a couple of games and get over 2700.
You could give him a match.
Yeah, easy way to farm me. He could get to 2800, like world number 2 or something, right? But yeah, I mean, it's not easy to get to 2700, especially these days when you're playing opens a lot. You know, a lot of opens. And okay, so looking good for Super. And you mentioned we had a spectator. By the way, Stanley Badasconi, one of the good young players, is in trouble, surprising trouble against Ionis Lentos. So that's a surprising result. Rishi Vishikumar, another good player from Scotland, he managed to win. Lorenzo Fava has been doing very well. Peter Wells is currently winning against John Potter. Andrew Ledger. Should we have a look at that Stanley Badasconi game?
Sure.
Badasconi always get told off by his mum for pronouncing the name wrong, but I think it's Badasconi. But he's a very good young player, also very good at Blitz, Stanley, and
Yeah, his brother's good as well, isn't he?
his brother Frankie is very strong. So A4 looks like a good move. Rook D1 and knight E5. Great stuff by Stanley so far. Didn't like E4 for some reason. I guess I always find in these Catalan positions, if you go E4, you're blocking the bishop, right?
Normally you play E4 if you gain a tempo off the knight, don't you? But you're just sort of playing E4 without gaining any time.
Yeah. But what can you play instead of E4? That's
Would you take your pawn back, or was that too greedy?
No, I mean, yeah. But then I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, he's probably a little bit worried that Black would just go C5 and just get an easy game. Could you go there with the idea that C5 could be met with D5? That's something I'd be tempted to do, because here I feel like this is quite... No, it doesn't like this
like
either.
it, yeah.
Doesn't like any of my
The
suggestions.
computer
right?
just refutes all of our ideas.
Yeah, so okay, so basically E4 was not great.
He might have been able to win the C pawn with the other knight, I'm not sure, but anyway.
It's still quite reasonable for white. He's got some comp.
He's playing quite aggressively, isn't he? His rooks are all in the wrong positions for this, though. But,
This is something I think Stanley could work on, is strategy. You know, keep coming back to this subject. Develop your pieces before you attack. Why not just go bishop E3 there? It's not the worst move in the world, right? Or maybe some kind of bishop F4 move. Or I feel like F4 is a little bit premature, you know? It's almost like...
You don't have the rook on the F file anymore, do you? So
You're creating weaknesses for yourself without really creating any attacking chances, right? Bishop E3, and then Queen F2 is a good move. H4. Yeah. Okay, so G4 is also very aggressive. I mean, this sort of position, either white breaks through brilliantly or just doesn't, and then it gets into trouble. So
I feel like Black's played really well, yeah? Do you know what I think?
Yeah.
Black's played like incredible game.
The
It's
name
just a
rings
show,
a
doesn't
bell.
it?
This guy Lentos rings a bell. I've seen his. I can't remember where he's from. But, he's from Greece, but I can't remember where I've seen the name from. But yeah, this
He's
is
played
just,
it's really a really good game from Black.
yeah, it's just really putting the pressure on.
He's not really made any mistakes, has he?
No, I mean Stanley maybe made some slight strategical errors early in the game, but this is just he's just really. But Queen C2 is actually a mistake. Apparently, maybe you should just take. So he's gone Queen C2. And now he's kind of is he creeping back into the game? Doesn't really feel It's still very bad for it.
If you get the A pawn though, Black's kind of free rolling it.
That's a bad blunder though. Rook A8 apparently. Mickey Adams has won. Congratulations on Michael Adams.
Can Black just take the pawn? It still feels pretty uncomfortable for white.
Yeah, it's trouble. This is real suffering for white. I mean, really, your only realistic hope is maybe to go knight d6 and f5 quickly and get some counterplay that way. But the problem is f5. You just
Put the knight on
you put the
c5
knight
and
on
that's it.
c5
Everything's
and
safe,
it's
isn't it?
just
There's no real winning chances for
suffering.
white.
And also, once you go f5, e5 becomes weak.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this feels like Catalan gone wrong for white. Lan Yao is another good young player from China originally, now playing for England, and C seems to have a decent position, but that's very much in about. I think we should go back to Simon Williams' game because that was really getting critical, wasn't it?
Well, do you want to have a quick look at Richard's game?
Oh, Richard, yeah,
I think he just went
Richard's.
past it.
Wow, this is big.
It's going to be a bit of a time scramble. Which move are they on?
Is there a way we can find out what move they're on? Oh no, hang on. It's a very
Click
simple
on there.
way, right? Yeah. So move
26 only,
26.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be a massive time scramble.
Yeah.
There.
This is Entertainment City. This game.
Yeah.
Whose move is it? It's black to move.
But all that time he used earlier on in the game, he needs it now, doesn't he, Arjun?
I like White's position though, just because it's a simple plan: attack on the king's side, and there's also ideas of maybe try to put the rook on e6
Yeah.
if you can ever get that in.
We're just kind of undermining black's pawn structure, trying to win that f4 pawn.
Can I go check, and after this, bring the knight? Somehow try to checkmate you on the king's side. Maybe with g4, queen h4, or knight f6 feels a bit ropey, doesn't it? Knight f6 take on g5.
Take
right?
everything.
So if I go here, this is probably too much, right? Because no, but I don't have
needs
to
to find a
take.
good move here.
I don't have to take. Maybe I can throw that move in.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Yeah.
Good shout. You can't take it with the queen because you lose the knight.
Yeah, just show that. If you take with a knight,
Then bishop f4. Yeah.
bishop f4 is very strong. The idea of
Probably,
bishop.
probably not the best
No.
move.
Rook f4 probably now is good. No, also bad. Maybe bishop g6, Nick.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
finally found. We need a few guesses before we.
But it feels like a little bit, even that position, it does feel a bit unclear, doesn't
Yeah.
it? You wouldn't be 100% comfortable with white. I think you're right. Black needs to try something like this. Otherwise, you're just going to
Collapse.
Collapse, exactly.
Yeah.
Try and create some play. But is he just, wait, surely he's not on 12 seconds. Surely he's actually made a move, is he?
Also, I mean, could you play a move like that? Or is that feels too slow?
I think
like
he did.
say?
I think he went down to like 8 seconds and he played a move. Is that right?
Wow. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. McShane's won. Well done to Luke
Okay.
McShane. My tip to win the British, by the way. Remember that, guys, when he wins. Or Jonah Willow. Jonah Willow's a backup, right? One of those two is going to win it. Well, who's your tip now after watching that
I'd
round
say I'll stick with, I think Mickey out of the top players and possibly Shreyas, one of those two.
But if you look at Luke McShane there,
I
it
mean,
looks
Luke's
like
a
he's had
good
a
player, though.
haircut.
He's
He's
a
had a
good player.
haircut. He's lost a bit of weight.
He was in
looks
the
like
gym
he's
this morning, wasn't he? He's
in
taking it
the
seriously.
gym. I think he's gonna, yeah, he's chatting with Finlay, and this is looking good for Bishop e5 though. It's not a terrible move.
I think a few players have actually played quite well this first round, haven't they?
Mm.
I mean, Luke's played well, Mickey's played well, Shreyas has played well, Harry's played well. A lot of the top players are actually,
Yeah,
had a good start to the
they're
tournament.
looking good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they're out of form, right? The Shreyas is like amazing form.
Yeah.
Like he's definitely got enough form to win this. But it's going to really come down to those critical games, isn't it? Mickey White against Shreyas, Shreyas White against Luke, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, they have to get there first, but
I just really hope it doesn't go to a playoff because I'm fed up with playoffs. I think there's not enough rounds to get
it's
a
like
clear
you
winner.
want to go home early.
Well, it's partly that, but also, I can't go home early because I'm booked in for the final night and my train's not till the following day. So it's just like, I want to just like have like a day off, almost. But okay. Oh, he took on
So
G5 with a knight. That feels a bit ropey.
he probably missed bishop f4 was on, because after takes rook takes queen e3 check, you can just put something on f2.
Yeah.
I think this is the problem with the time. He got too low on time, didn't he? And that's coming back to bite him now.
Yeah, I think Richard will find bishop f4.
I think so.
That's a fairly obvious move.
I think he's going to find it. Yeah.
And the problem is you can't go knight h3 and bishop f4 because after bishop f4, knight h3, g takes h3, bishop f4, rook f4, queen g5, you have queen g2, which pins the queen.
Yeah, so it doesn't work at all, does it?
No. So bishop f4 is a great move. I mean, even a move like king h1 is favouring white. I think the problem is that black here.
I think you'll find bishop f4 because it's the first move you look at, isn't it?
In fact, this whole position just does look good for white anyway.
H4 was a good move, wasn't
H4
it?
was a great move. You know, so Rich has also played well in this game as well. You know, like all this stuff with e4 is great. F4. No,
I don't know, 'cause I
actually
think
here
earlier in the game, Richard was doing well, and he probably let his opponent back in, didn't he?
F4 was a great move by black, and that's kind of that would really disappoint me if I was white. I would think that bishop on h2. You know, we were talking about talking to your pieces earlier, and I know that's a slightly insane way to look at it.
But we mentioned that f pawn, how it's quite annoying to play against it.
Yeah.
On the white side, didn't we?
That bishop on h2 is just like a horror kind of, you know, it's having nightmares after you go f4. So is there an argument that white maybe should have prevented that earlier?
I felt like earlier on in the game, Richard was doing quite well.
Maybe
but
you should have
now he's,
taken just to sort of prevent that scenario, right?
But by this stage, it looks like black's got quite a lot of play, doesn't it?
Yeah. So basically, but not going f4 was like a big difference. Like once he went f4, like bishop e2 is basically screaming that I want to play f4. So you play f4 yourself, and then he's basically back in the game there with actually better position for black. So okay, so that game currently we're on this move, and he's got a crushing attack.
Looks
now.
like black's falling apart now.
So
yeah.
that's looking good for Richard. He's going to win. So I think we need to go back to Simon's game because Simon, most of the favourites are chalking up. Ami, we're going to come back as Bazakustas breaking through and winning. Marcus Harvey drew. We called that quite early on, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought that he was in a bit of a tricky position, but it was quite solid at least.
Yeah, he drew. He will get easier pairings, but yeah, there's no real easy pairings.
Freddie Gordon under pressure, was he? Was certainly not winning.
By the way, Tim Elgar is a lot better now. We said with Simon that we felt he was under a bit of pressure here. And Tim Elgar's a great defender.
Yeah.
And
But it's a bit of a time scramble now. That pawn on b2 is still not safe, is it? I mean, Simon can still win this position.
the Mickey Adams game's still going. I thought that had finished. It's still going, yeah? Okay, so that game's not completely decided. But is it completely winning? Oh, it's completely decided. Right, okay, fair enough. Because that's the best quote I've heard all day. Oleg's just played on because he's 12. Well, when I was a junior, I would resign. I think it's depend what they're taught to do. You know, some juniors are taught to not resign.
I think when you're younger, it's quite a good idea not to resign because your opponent often stalemates you or gives you some chances.
Okay, so in this position, it's...
You should just notice a possible tactic. If black plays knight e5 here, does that allow knight f7, or am I just imagining it? Maybe it doesn't allow it. No, it probably doesn't allow it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so, actually.
Why not?
Then, I don't know. Trying to work it out. My
oh, you mean rook d1, knight e5, you mean?
Yeah, that was the initial idea.
Oh, yeah. But that seems
D5.
like it works.
It's all, yeah, maybe it does work.
Queen d5.
I don't really
Queen d1 if nothing. Oh no, but b2. So black's really relying on this pawn on b2. I think this pawn on b2 is a
maybe
huge
black
pawn.
would just play rook a. Rook a7 watch out for knight f7 anyway. Knight f7 is a possible trick to watch out for here.
Yeah, I'll be very worried here, Simon. Like,
maybe you can defend rook d7 instead. Yeah, it's quite a precarious position.
But I remember this Tim Olgar when I played him. I was quite impressed because you know he was short of time and you know he defended very well and when he got a better position, you know he refused my draw offer and he just played on and beat me.
Good move from Simon though. Rook
Yeah,
a7.
Great move. Simon's been playing well this year. I know he didn't play very well in the last tournament, but in more recent times he played pretty well. He's played well in some tournaments in Iceland, and you know he's.
So if knight f7 now, you can go rook d1, and there's no tricks. Yeah. Is that right?
I think I might need to go on a break, by the way, guys, because Michael Adams has finished.
Danny wants to go on a break.
Yeah, so we have a little break and then come back and then finish. Wrap it up.
In the middle of the time scramble. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Nature calls. We'll come back. Okay. Okay, guys, we're back. Some huge developments. Bazakusta has broken through. That was Nick's tip to win the British, or one of his tips. So we left it around about. We were saying that it looked like quite a decent position for black.
But I think this was the point that we mentioned, wasn't it? Where we thought after bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, black could play knight f6.
Yeah.
But bishop g5 looks like a problem, but it wasn't. And sometimes you see ghosts, and we kind of mentioned that, and that must have happened.
Good shout, yeah.
And
so we were saying that, you were saying that move. I mean, you'd be a little bit concerned about that because of the pin. I mean, is even rook e6 that bad? Doesn't feel that bad, no. So I don't really know what black was worried about. f5 is just, it just feels like you're weakening your position without really creating anything in, you know. Okay, you're gaining control over it. I think his idea was f5, knight f6, you gain control over e4, but the problem is you're creating these weaknesses. And okay, let's just stick with this for the time being. Sorry to interrupt, but we've got to, you know, focus on the... Okay, so rook takes e1. So d5, brilliant move by white, by the way. But apparently black was still okay. Maybe he should have taken there, Nick.
yeah, I think once you go d5 there, that backward d pawn, and that was really the main drawback in white's position. So as soon as you can play
he's
d5,
resolved that problem, and now he's better. And now black started to collapse. And players like Bazakusa, they don't really need many opportunities.
No, once they get in, they tend to be pretty lethal.
He's pretty good, and I mean, he's one of the best young players in Europe, really. So it's not surprising. So he really won very nicely against Steve in the end, even though the game wasn't completely convincing. King h3 is a great move. Bishop g8, just
okay, nice finish. Should we quickly go to some of those time scrambles that Simon or
Ami Gartsy's won
finished,
very quickly. So apparently there was a big blunder around about here. So at this point in the game, black is pressing. He's got a better structure and a pawn on a4, but white collapsed very quickly. So this position, terrible blunder.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's a shocking blunder because, okay, at this point in the game, white still had a bit of time left, but obviously it was a time scramble. Allowed bishop b3, rook c4, I guess.
Look at bishop b3 or bishop b5. But maybe bishop b5 is the more accurate way of doing it.
So here was just game over.
With rook c4, but bishop b3 actually gave her a chance at it.
Not that move. What was the chance?
I want to try and throw an e6 or something, but I don't know if I can see that working.
No, wow.
e6 works.
Wow, what a find.
That would be a great defensive resource.
Yeah.
I guess in those kind of situations, though, you just have to just try something, don't you?
Try something.
Yeah.
But I think bishop b5, that didn't work because you were still controlling squares maybe on the queen side,
you can maybe
just
play
right?
king takes e6.
Yeah, because there was no rook a6. So Nick's idea is that if you take here, I've got this rook a6 check, which is
still bad, but it's
it's unpleasant.
Yeah.
But you'd be very disappointed as black that you weren't winning a piece, right? That you even allowed e6. Obviously, Ami was probably short of time as well. But if you do this, then this just doesn't work because the point is you can take with a king and there's no rook a6 check. So you're basically in trouble if you move the rook. I've got this check and then I pick up the bishop. And if we go back to this position, after this move, bishop b3, e6, if we take there, you've got this move and you have to go rook c8 and just accept it's going to be a draw. So C blundered with rook a3 and he went check and C resigned. So that game, some of these games finished fairly abruptly. I think the one disappointed player would be Marcus Harvey because, as I said, if you want to win the British, you're probably going to need to get off to a good start, especially when you look at the top guys have been getting off to very good starts, right? If you're standing behind the 8-ball and you're drawing and you're struggling, would you say that's true?
I mean, it is only one game, but it is it's tough to make it. You don't want to drop any more points. I think if you start dropping more points, it's bad news.
By the way, Freddie Gordon is really starting to turn on the heat on Dennis Dupois.
Yeah, a lot of the big name players are coming through in the end, aren't they?
So it wasn't looking that clear at this point in the game, but we said that, I mean, we prefer white just due to the attacking chances on the king's side. And at some point he broke through this very thematic move, g5. Yeah, and it's just easy to play for white. And Freddie Gordon plays these kind of positions.
Yeah, that pawn on f5 always gives you attacking potential, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Looks very good now.
Yeah, so he's going to probably win. Simon's now completely winning against Tim Melgar. So Stephen Gordon, we said that earlier, that he was under pressure. He did draw.
The draw was maybe not even that bad from that position. It looked quite tricky for him.
I think that's one of the advantages sometimes that the more experienced players have, is that they can bail out of a draw. Is there an argument that maybe they should have that option taken away from them, that you're not allowed to offer draws? It's a bit harsh, though, isn't it?
Looking at that final position, can you look at that final position? I mean, I'm just amazed that black took a draw there.
That's bad.
I mean, how can you lose that position as black?
You just improve your king, right? Well, I guess his idea is just keeps the bishop on f1. You can never move the rook because
it feels like black can just keep trying stuff. I'm not saying that you're going to win, but like you'd have to really mess up to lose.
So who offered the draw? White played h4 and offered a draw. Very clever draw for
Yeah.
But it's true that I think, considering what you had earlier, this probably isn't a great version.
It probably would have been a draw. I mean, the problem is if you move your king and rook away, you have to be careful. White's bishop come around to b7.
Yeah.
So you don't have that much
I think
freedom.
white has enough to draw, but I agree with you. You should at least try a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Richard Pert's going to win. Chris Baker seems like he's going to draw. Sam Chow won. Arya Kunt against Alex Golding. This position looking kind of drawish.
Yeah, not a dead draw yet, though, is it? But okay, should be a draw though.
Okay, so he's actually a good player. Arya. He's been doing quite well recently. Alex Golding also a decent player. He won Hastings. Billy Fellows, Mark Hebden. That game has turned around a little bit as well.
Because we thought Mark might win that game, didn't we? It looked like he was.
He looked like he was pressing.
In control.
So we had a situation where Hebden was clearly better, and where was the advantage? No, maybe there was never a winning advantage. Maybe we have to go back.
Earlier in the game, but
yeah,
maybe just look at the ending because got a few games to get through.
Yes. Okay, so maybe it actually wasn't ever that. No, round about here, he went knight a8. They didn't like that. The engine didn't like that move. What would you have played here, Nick, as black? Maybe g4 just to take away the f3 square. I don't know. Or maybe c4.
Yeah, that's the first move you'd look at. C4, does it work or not? I don't know.
It's
Might
not
not be the best move.
I mean, I'll be tempted to improve on the king's side as well with moves like h4 or g4. Is that an option? Or h4?
Yeah, I mean, I guess black's got the better position slightly.
Because one plan as well for black is knight d7, knight f8, knight g6, knight f4. Now, I know that's very slow. But
you can do it via e5 as well, can you? Knight d7, knight e5.
Yeah.
Because you might even go to c6. We got other options.
Yeah. And at this point in the game, Mark had an hour, and he used almost none of it to play knight a8. So his idea is maybe to go knight c7, knight e6, which also makes some sense, actually. So why is that not so good? Okay, knight b1, but this is still good. Yeah, maybe c4 was the mistake, actually. So knight a8 was fine, because actually he's got the same idea as h4 anyway, but just play knight c7, right? And now if you go here, he's probably concerned that this would tie the knight down. But there's ways to improve it. This isn't like a position where black can't make progress, right?
Can you just play it anywhere, or is that too risky?
You could play c4, yeah. Oh, you want to go knight e6?
I'm not sure, maybe.
Yeah.
It doesn't like it.
We stop analysing. As soon as the engine says doesn't like it, we just move on. Maybe knight b5 after knight e6. Maybe knight e6 is a bit. I mean, I'm thinking about moves like this. I just want to improve, right?
Yeah,
be patient.
Good thinking. Yeah, just slowly improve your position.
Okay, so that game now is heading for a draw. What about the Botswana game? This is huge developments in the Botswana game. Still, George Howe is the one who's pressing, actually.
It feels like Botana's got quite good control of the dark squares, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is a position where if he goes wrong, he could even lose, right?
Yeah, but whose move is it here?
It's white to move.
Yeah, so G5 is
Okay.
a threat, isn't it?
Yeah, G5's threat, so I want to step out of that. So I'm
Just
probably thinking
G3
about
or you want to move to King G?
G3, yeah.
I don't know.
Good shout. Yeah, I might be tempted to go King G1, actually. Just, no, doesn't like that.
Stick with G3.
Can I go Queen there? No, that's terrible. I don't want to swap Queens. That's a bad idea. Yeah, I think G3 is a good shout, yeah. By process of elimination.
But yeah, I mean, it does feel as though White she might have to get away with the draw there, don't you think, with control of the dark squares, even though she's a pawn down.
But the difference I've seen between Botswana and maybe, you know, with all due respect to Stephen Gordon and who's it, Marcus Harvey, he won't offer a draw.
No.
Still keep pressing. Still think I'm just going to beat this kid anyway.
Yeah.
That's one of the things which makes her stand out, is that level of self-belief. And she will just keep playing it on any position, doesn't matter what. So, you know, that makes her stand out in my opinion. Yeah, we had a shout for board. Yeah, exactly. So this is Trisha, who's been doing really well lately. A young player from Ireland, Trisha Canamarala, and her brother also in the championships. By the way, board 31, we've got Richard Bates, who's a teammate of mine. He's doing well against Toby Quate from sort of Sheffield area, I believe. So let's have a look at the Trisha Cameralian game.
Yeah, she's under a bit of pressure, isn't she?
No, but it's saying that she's better on this side. Why is it saying that? And yet it's saying she's in trouble. So on that one, it's saying White's a lot better. So why is it suddenly... should we just go back a few moves? So this position, again, player that I'm not familiar with, the player that he's playing as white, that he's playing black here. But in this position, Bishop C3 didn't love. I think she's quite a well prepared player, Trish, as well. She's got a lot of good attacking lines with white. So it seems like
they're quite active, aren't they, Taran and Trish?
Yeah,
they play a lot.
yeah. She recently made an IM norm, I think. So rook takes e3 was apparently a blunder. Okay, so why is that a mistake? Because you just took, and then queen d3, and suddenly black's doing well. They're a pawn up, right?
I think someone wants to see the end of
What's happening
Simon.
there?
What was the end of Simon's game? Because he won, didn't he?
Yeah, Peter Wells has won, by the way, I think. Well done to Peter Wells. Rishi Vishikumar, Stanley Badasconi's fighting back, a bit like Botswana. They're fighting, they're sticking in there. So, yeah, Richard Pert game's still going, but that looks on the verge of winning. So Simon was bored. Where was Simon? Here we are, bored. So we left it around about.
It looked like we had some chances, didn't it?
Yeah, we thought at some point White was better. They had the.
Did White play Rook F1? That seems like a bit of a. If you go
Queen
back a couple of moves.
They went there.
We saw when his Queen. Yeah, we saw this position, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is the last position we saw.
Rook A7 was a great defensive move.
Yeah, so there was no tricks on Knight F7 then, by the looks of things.
I mean, is it ridiculous to think about that move? No, it's not great.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit. I mean, I understand Rook B1 because you want to maybe consider the possibility of taking. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
He's going to take, isn't he? That's his plan.
So he went Rook B8, but why didn't he just take?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, he probably just miscalculated because he probably thought takes and Queen C5, but you don't have Queen C5, do you?
Yeah. So what you're saying is that this is just not working.
Yeah.
Because of this.
And you hit the Rook on A7.
Yeah, so basically White ends up winning material.
Yeah.
So this position, I'd be very concerned as black. If you get rid of one of my main trumps, which is that pawn,
Yeah, exactly. I think rook takes b2 for in a time scramble. That's got to be a good move, isn't it?
It's just screaming to be played. Why didn't Tim Elgar play like this when I played him? You know, he didn't collapse against me, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm just unlucky, right? He says without a trace of
It's
bitterness.
like the vibes you give off.
Yeah, it's a negative vibe.
Yeah.
It's true, actually. If you give off a more
So Simon
confident
was more
vibe,
confident. He's like, I can't take that pawn.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just I would just hate Black's position like here to try and defend this in a time scramble is impossible. I would say
Yeah, if you don't have any sort of tactics straight away, then you're going to suffer, aren't you?
maybe you'd go here and try to improve the queen, and
Yeah.
you know, he's not dead. It's not dead, but it's unpleasant with the dark squares and white's got level material anyway. So it's very surprising that he bothered with Queen C4. As what I said earlier about overplaying. You've already got a good position. Why are you bothering to move around? Rook E7 was a great move, and suddenly Simon's rocking and rolling.
Yeah, suddenly you're turning it on, isn't he?
This is his type of chess. You know, put your
Yeah.
pieces close to your opponent's king. You take your chances. Queen
Yeah.
D7, great move. Coming in here.
It's like he's playing better when he's got no time.
Yeah. And Queen
He
H3.
is, though, isn't he?
Well,
He's playing
Simon
better
is a
with no
danger
time.
man. His tournament, you know,
Yeah.
he's been playing some good chess this year, and I know he didn't play very well in the last tournament, but obviously Russ would have played a factor. But he's not someone that one of the top players are going to want to face, right? Like an Adams or a McShane. They're not going to want to play Simon if they could avoid it.
I think he's a sort of wow.
Wow, what a move that is! That's the move of a future British champion. No, that's a brilliant
He's
move.
quite a sort of I don't know what the word is, mercurial player. You don't quite know what you're going to get with him. Do you?
Yeah, but
sometimes
that's,
can be brilliant, sometimes can be.
but that's
quite
what
bad.
I'm saying. He can beat top players. I mean, he's
Yeah.
beaten Gelfand before. He's beaten some like proper players, right?
Yeah.
You know, Sokolov, and Rook B3 is a move that
It's incredible, isn't it?
it's a brilliant move, right? Very few players in that tournament are going to find Rook
What
B3.
move did he play Rook B3 on? Was that after the time control?
Okay, let's have
Just
a
click
look.
on.
Oh, it was the last move of time control.
Was he actually played that with no time?
No, you've got two moves. Yeah, incredible.
He's actually played that with like no time. He just played Rook B3.
Wow, incredible.
That's actually like quite brave, isn't it? You know, to play Rook B3 with your flag hanging.
Really? But it says you've got 25 minutes at this point.
I think
Or
that's
maybe that was the
that's,
end
that's
of the
the
game.
time now, though, isn't it?
I think the game is finished, right? Okay.
2
Right.
minutes when he played Rook B3. Do you want to show the line after after they take on B3?
Yeah, it's a beautiful idea. So the idea of Rook B3 is overloading the queen, which we mentioned earlier. Why bother to go to C4, right? And then this is the actually Queen H. I wanted to go Bishop D4, which is also winning, but this. Oh wow! And then you actually just go Rook E2. Well, Queen E2 is also winning. It's just like
Yeah, it's all winning.
it's winning. But yeah, so this is also winning because of this. But it's a beautiful overloading theme, right? And Simon plays a lot of blitz on chess.com as well, so he's sharp tactically.
Yeah, it's a very nice move at B3.
So that's a great win for Simon, assuming he finished. I thought the game had already finished, so apologies to Tim Elgar, but apparently it's still going. But I think most of the games we're maybe close to wrapping up on this, but there's still, I think we'll carry on for a little while because Jonah Willow is still having some issues actually here as well. Like he's not, maybe I'm starting to regret tipping up Jonah.
Just to wait for him to win one game before you tip him up.
Yeah, I think I jumped the gun a bit there. I just assumed he'd wrap this up by now. But Siraj is one of those horrible pairings you get in a weekend there. You always like play against Siraj, and then you know, you always seem to get paired against him, and he's always quite a confident player. This H5 is, I mean, how does White even convert this? What do you think?
Yeah, it's not easy, is it? There's no real weaknesses to target.
But he's very patient, Jonah. I think he will maneuver around for quite a long time. But he's clearly made a meal out of this because earlier White was doing tremendously well. So, or maybe actually, maybe. Oh, right. So it's around about this point where White had a big advantage. And he went there. That was already a mistake. So what should he have done instead, Nick?
And then maybe he just needs to keep that a5 pawn protected. Do you think?
Again, what I was saying about overplaying. Why bother to go? That bishop's already on a great square. Could he have just gone there, for example? That felt like a more natural move,
good,
right?
Yeah.
Then if you go a6, maybe rook a7, and then you're just creeping in, right? Rook, yeah, this feels good. So bishop d4 is kind of unnecessary. And then, yeah, it's almost like
But now
it's
he's just giving up the a pawn, is he?
overconfidence,
Just gave
right?
up that, he gave up the a pawn, yeah.
Even this move, Nick, and just give out because this position is just. I think he blundered a6.
Yeah, he blundered a6, but that rook b6 would have been a nice move, wouldn't it? Just to kind of hold it together.
Yeah, but this is just.
Yeah, he gave away that really important pawn, didn't he?
I think you'd have to be very. I'm very surprised he went for this because you'd have to be very certain that this is winning, and it doesn't feel like it's that obvious.
With the a pawn, surely there's no way the two bishops could hold out the rook. If both sides had an a pawn.
Yeah.
Those a pawns being swapped off makes the defensive job a lot easier, doesn't it?
Also, if white didn't have bishop d4 and black went c3, I think there's just no way you'd win that. I think that the only fact that you could actually point to is the fact that the pawn on c4 still exists.
But I think if you could sort the dark square bishops off, you could still win, because normally rook and 2 against bishop and 3 on the same side is normally a win.
Okay.
So you definitely would have some chances to win.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
yeah, it's not going to be easy, is it?
No, I think this could be a disappointing draw for Jada. So we've already had a few players who've dropped points, as you would expect. I think next round it could even be some sort of bloodbath with the top seeds, because they'll be facing even stronger opposition.
Yeah.
So we could get some serious upsets then.
We haven't had any full point upsets, have we?
No. There were some players who were under pressure. I mean, Simon was under pressure. Bazakusta was worse at one point. Siva Mavidan has won as well. He's
Bodhana
Drew. Okay, so Bodhana, disappointing draw, but she's still in contention. She's still up there.
Yeah, not any massive upsets, just a few drop draws.
Yeah. So that game is a key game. So it feels like probably we're not going to get a big upset this round. What about Oliver Subs? Let's have a look at this game, because we haven't looked at this game yet, and this is high as board 9. We haven't looked at this game at all. Let's go from the start. Chorpaw, somebody who did well last year in the British, and he actually in the last round was playing Michael Adams. If he won that game, he would have got into a playoff, but he lost because obviously he was black and he's playing against Michael Adams, who's a very strong player. But Chorpaw was a good player from Poland.
Yeah, he's quite a steady player, and he doesn't really give much away.
Knight d2 is good. This is Ollie Stubbs is from the Bristol area, by the way. The move I'm playing here, well, knight b3 is actually fine. I want to try and put that rook. I always put that rook on e1 when I can.
It's from Magnus Carlsen's lessons.
Yeah, this is fine for white. So I'm thinking about a move like knight f5 here, Nick.
I think in these isolated queen's pawn positions, white wants to try and exchange a couple of the minor pieces if he can.
Absolutely, yeah. Or rook e1 again. Rook e1 is fine, yeah. Knight f5 looks normal. Queen d2 maybe by white.
It's all sort of going okay for white so far, isn't it?
Yeah, queen d4 also possible. He took. Not really loving that decision, I'll be honest. I think that bishop's quite a good piece.
Yeah, it's probably going back to the thing we mentioned before about how bishops are slightly stronger than knights.
Yeah. I think with this move as well, maybe queen d2, hit the knight. Looks quite promising for white in my opinion. But now black seems to have equalised the game.
Yeah, he's ended up with 2 knights against 2 bishops, isn't he? Which is not the end of the world because he's got the better pawn structure, but...
Yeah, but black is clearly a comfortable version of an isolated pawn position, right?
Yeah.
And then he got outplayed. So rook d5 was a bit of a greedy move, but makes some sense because you're winning the pawn. Why wasn't it good? I guess rook e1 is a problem. And then rook b1, great move. So his idea was probably to go rook d2. But is that maybe running into bishop h6 or something like that? What's wrong with rook d2? Why is this good for black?
Surely you'd try rook d2, would you?
I would try. I've got to try rook d2. That's what he played. But then bishop h6. So you would fit. So maybe the rook can't keep on the defense, because if you go rook e2, you've got bishop b5.
And if you rook c2, then you would just pinned, are you?
You're pinned, yeah.
It's been quite a sort of
Bishop f4.
good play, hasn't it, by Chilpor? Quite a good pawn sacrifice.
Quite
actually.
instructive.
Yeah, he did well.
Bishop b5 again, great move. Yeah, I mean, very precise game by black, actually. And then take. Yeah, I'm the ultimate hex, right?
Spoke too soon. Up until that point, he'd played a really good game.
Yeah. So he took. That's a shocker.
Maybe he can go bishop c4 instead, can he?
Yeah.
Still not a good
That's,
move.
that's also a blunder. Maybe it was bishop f4 or bishop c6 might be good. Yeah, because there's all these ideas of going bishop f4,
yeah,
right?
you're mating and some lines, yeah. That's
So
quite a
let's say,
good
for
move,
example,
actually.
your natural
Something
move
like
is
a6, yeah.
Yeah, but now maybe just bishop f4 is good, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't go g3. So your
Yeah.
only legal move almost is that, but then this is easy technical win. So that was a bit careless.
Yeah, he had played very well up until that point, though, hadn't he?
Yeah, but he's still better here. So it doesn't really matter in a sense that he's probably going to win anyway. But it's true that when you're maybe playing against better defenders, no
If you played
disrespect
against
to Ollie.
Michael Adams or something, he'd probably hold the draw, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it'd be rook c5 was a bad blunder, so difficult position. Maybe king g3 or something like this. No, doesn't love that. It's a difficult, tricky position this anyway, right? Maybe
it's not
king
easy.
g1 is the move. Yeah, that's probably the best defense.
Yeah, not easy to find these moves, so...
Because if bishop's d2, so your immediate reaction is, why is bishop d2 not winning? But maybe... the idea is rook c5, bishop c3, then knight d5 maybe.
Yeah, and then bishop d4.
Rook c4, bishop f2.
And just try and hold the ending, I guess. Pawn down.
So here...
That's probably the best way it can go, isn't it?
There's also, I was thinking about knight d5, bishop e5 is also possible, because I can't, but then I could go g3, right? Yeah, so it's probably something like this. Maybe there's actually even better square for the knight. It's very tough to
Knight
final,
c6.
yeah,
That's
something
probably
like
better.
that.
That takes away some options for black, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
And then bishop e1 and so on, yeah.
sort of line that you have to see in advance, otherwise you wouldn't go into this. But he's got enough time; he could have figured that out, and he just. He didn't go. What did he play here? He didn't. Yeah, he did that immediately, and then it's just like
Because
you have to go g3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty terminal, and now he's going to lose, I would assume. So that's looking bad for Williams. Is winning. Simon Williams is winning. Sorry. Yeah, good. So we've got a situation where, oh wow, Hebden won. So that's huge. Huge that he won this endgame. Billy Fellows.
Oh my goodness, it looked like a...
was holding at this point in the game.
Did he blunder his whole work, did he?
So rook, it's still, tricky to defend this, right?
Yeah.
Oh, rook f6. Okay.
Even playing d7, was that completely necessary or not?
No. You could play this, right? And then put the rook on h4. You're probably never going to lose that, right?
Should be, yeah, or rook f3, same idea, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, went there, and then there's still a draw. But you obviously can't take on f6 because you're in trouble, but you can move the rook. Or you can take on d7. But taking on d7, he would go rook h6, and that's a very obvious draw, right? So he'll try to check. So now you have to be careful where you move the king. If you move the king to d4, then you lose to rook check and king f6, right?
Yeah, if you go to the D file, you lose to rook,
So you have to go to
rook
B
check.
file.
Yeah.
And he went to the D file. That was careless.
Yeah. Where does it say it's still a draw though? Rook check just win.
Can't you go King B6? No, that's losing. King B5 is maybe the only way to draw. Or King B4, does it make a difference? So why is King B6 losing? And
Can you just play H2 or something? And that was that.
Rook H6?
And then just take the pawn.
Ah, you take the pawn. So
Maybe
why?
the king's too far away.
Ah, very clever, right. So now if I do this...
It's that one tempo. So
that
it's
one-
quite deep, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty deep, yeah. And the thing is, I think this is where Mark Hebden's confidence plays a role. You know, we talk about confidence.
It's a bit tricky for white if you're low on time.
Yeah.
It's very tricky.
Yeah, he often gets people like this. They have to be super accurate. He plays quickly in practical chess, and they have to be super accurate, and they're not. And this was what happened here. That he had to go. He had two moves that didn't lose, and he went King D4, and now check, and that's game over. Because if you move here, I take, and then I come back, and then you're not close enough to stop the pawn. So that's a great win for Mark. He's now up there. He's going to get like a tough opponent round 2. Do you think he'll be in the top half or bottom half? Mark.
You know, in that final position, can you play King E5, or am I just going crazy?
So what final position?
Where he resigns?
What do you mean?
Here after Rook D2 check.
Oh,
Can you play King E5?
yeah. Yeah, but then Rook D5 wins. Because after
Well, just take it though.
King F6. Oh, no, it's
No,
Queen.
Could white just play King E5 here? Did he just resign in a drawn position?
No, I don't think so.
Why not though?
He should have tried it at least. Well, yeah, so why doesn't that...
Oh
Oh,
my goodness, he might have just resigned in a drawn position, did he?
wow, that's huge. That's a huge moment. So basically, this actually wasn't losing.
But he didn't flag, did he? Can you just check what move number? Did he flag, or what happened?
No, I think he just thought he was losing.
Do you think he just resigned? It's
He
incredible.
probably didn't see King E5, yeah. That's a shocker. It's a confidence that Mark Hebden plays with. He
But then
bluffed
if-
his opponent
But then
into
if Rook E2 check, you have to go to D.
D4, yeah.
Well, can you go to D5? That's just really.
Maybe you can also go to
Yeah.
D5, yeah, probably also good. Yeah, but it's true. It's actually quite an easy draw once you find King E5.
If he resigned, though, it'd be incredible because you got to try something, haven't you?
Yeah, that's what people like Bodhana, they never resign. It was because Bodhana would carry on even if he had to go King there and take on D2, so he'd carry on, right?
And just make sure that they spot it. Yeah.
Yeah, like here,
Yes, you can do either move.
King here is good enough.
Just a straightforward draw.
Yeah,
Wow.
so shocking development. Maybe Mark Hebden's name is on the trophy because he probably needs that.
You say that every year as well.
Yeah. I think he's probably getting on maybe a little bit old to win now, I think, Mark, with all due respect. I mean, it's going to be tough for him to win, beat people like Mickey, people like, obviously, you've got great players up there like Luke.
That's a real slice of luck for him, though, isn't it, to get
Shreyas.
a win from a dead
Yeah.
drawn position.
But again, you know, he's in that role like Simon of, you know, somebody that people just won't want to play, right?
I think if Billy Fellows was short on time, that probably would have played a big factor. I mean, if you had a lot of time on the clock, you can just sit there and think about it, can't you?
Mm.
But yeah, that's incredible. Wow. It's resigned in a totally drawn position.
It's a shocker from another rocker. Okay. So how's Stanley doing? Oh, hang on. Sorry. I pressed on the wrong button. Okay, right, yeah. So we've got the event. James Jackson, by the way, won against Tim Wall. Sorry, I keep. Okay, so which board was Stanley on? Stanley was on about board. No, here we are. Stanley Berlusconi. He drew, so that was a great save by Stanley from a very bad position. So again, you know, that should give him a lot of confidence that he saved that.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of the strong players that have got bad positions, they've managed to hold on, haven't they?
Yeah,
Whereas the weaker players just have
absolutely.
lost.
You've hit the nail on the head, and I think a lot of it comes. I think two factors. Firstly, that the weak, maybe more than two factors. Actually, I'm going to list about 10 factors, but one of the factors I would say is at the back of the mind of the lower rate player, they're thinking like a draw is a great result as well.
Yeah.
So that also limits your ambition because you're slightly concerned. You're thinking, if I carry on, could I lose? You've got that, still got that fear factor. The other factor is that maybe their technique isn't as good as well. Like when a high rated player has a better position, they tend to convert, right?
It definitely seems that way, doesn't it? Like the weaker players, they're almost sort of still happy to draw even when they're winning in a
Yeah.
way, so they don't just completely go for it.
Yeah, exactly. So this kind of position is really great. That was actually a mistake. Not sure what was better. I mean, I'd be tempted with that move, Nick.
Yeah, and that looks like a safe move.
You know, like I say, just play defensive chess. Just sometimes just playing. People struggle to play that way now.
Yeah, that's
Just
a good move.
defend a pawn. You've always got to play attacking chess. You don't always have to play attacking chess. And now, yeah, it's awkward. Okay, maybe it's good for black, but it's awkward. Like, how do you defend a knight and defend that pawn at the same time?
You probably would play knight d3, would you have said? I don't know.
Probably that's a better try, but
It doesn't like it.
no. But again, can I take the pawn? I think the difference is that he wants knight g6 because rook check. When you go to g4, I take on e5 with check.
Yeah.
So now I can take the pawn. So the point is that after this, if I take here, instead of taking the pawn, you actually go check. Very important move. So we're still alert even after 15 hours of live commentary. So this is actually quite tricky to win. But it doesn't seem to make any effort whatsoever. Really. Well, actually, this is quite a bad move, rook f1. Why was that quite bad, Nick? What could he have done?
Was that a free forward? Was it? What was the?
Oh, okay.
I
No, I
wasn't-
don't
wasn't
think
really
so,
paying
because
attention
black's
to
just
it.
gone king e7. I think he could have checked instead. And then when you go, say, here, can you just bring your king round, maybe? It's one up. Because you can't really do anything with the rook, right? But you could bring the king round, but maybe there's some sort of zugzwang weird. Doesn't look easy to win this, right? What's the computer saying? It's saying, yeah, one idea is rook check. Let's say king f4, and then it doesn't actually seem to know. It doesn't seem to know how to win this anyway.
It feels like if you don't bring the king around, what exactly are you doing? That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. It like, okay, one line it gives is rook here, king f3, rook f1, king g3, and again it's repeating. Let's find a line where it goes king d7. But the problem is, as white, you're concerned, as black, you're concerned if you go king there and then you allow knight e8, knight takes g7.
There's some sort of counterplay, isn't there?
It's counterplay and you might even lose. So
but maybe after knight e8, you want to play rook f7 or something like that and just try and keep it solid.
But again, I feel like there's we mentioned the reason why like a lower rated player might not try to win these endgames where they're better is because that they're concerned that unless it's an absolutely like no chance of losing whatsoever, at some point the better player is going to find a way to get some counterplay and maybe even win the game. So they want to lock down the draw.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I think they always play it safe, don't they? Whereas if you're like the stronger player here with black, you're just going to keep on trying, aren't you?
You're going to try.
But if you're like the weaker player, then you think, okay, draw's not too bad.
100%. Okay, so I feel like we're coming to the end now. Is there anything? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. That's all right.
So apparently, Billy Fellows did resign in the drawn position.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Bad,
I think he got bluffed out a little bit. Maybe. Mark Hebden's confidence bluffed him out. So this position looking very bad for for white actually. Black has, so this could be the big upset of the round. Well, it's not actually that big an upset because the rating difference isn't that big.
It's true, it's down to under 100 points.
So this position, I think it basically just boiled down to that blunder earlier, didn't it? With
Still not completely over, is it though?
so actually in this position, white had a better position after knight e3, or no, equal position.
Okay, and then if queen takes bishop, you've got knight f5, check.
Yeah. And then we trade. And yeah. Yeah. I mean, I quite like black's position because they're going f4, knight g3, but yeah, I mean, obviously you got the queen here. That's also quite a powerful thing, right?
I mean, it says it's equal. I'd probably rather be white, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's, black's
Sure.
quite solid.
Yeah. But that was a line that you had to find. And she went rook e3. It's very easy to blunder in sharp tactical positions. And this is quite a serious blunder. And now black is fully in control. And looking like heading for a potential win there. Yeah.
It's true, actually, because you can just take on f3 and play knight e6, can't you? And you're attacking
And then,
everything.
yeah, another double attack, right? We keep mentioning this double attack theme.
Yeah.
Which is...
It's going to be very uncomfortable for white now.
Yeah, this is really in trouble. This isn't a player I'm familiar with, Mandar. I mean, actually, when you mentioned Mandar, I'm thinking of the Mandalorian. Or that's... Is he from Northern Ireland? But his flag is listed as India, right? Oh, okay. Mandalorian. Has anyone ever seen that show, The Mandalorian? Disney Plus. It's quite good, right? I'm always obsessed with TV shows and films, and
Yeah, I think
yeah.
it's
Wrap it
probably
up.
quite a good
Yeah.
time to wrap it up. But it was quite an interesting round, wasn't it? A few drop draws. Marcus Harvey. Stephen Gordon, Neil McDonald, okay, Alex Golding, Wadhana. Did she draw?
She
Wadhana,
drew, yeah.
So a few drop draws, but no one lost.
So we think that maybe tomorrow, do we think that people like Mark Adams are going to be taking on 2300 opposition?
I'd say at least 2300.
At least 2300, somewhere in the 2300s. So that's going to be a bit. We're going to get some big clashes tomorrow. I mean, I really enjoyed it. What do you think about today's?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting, wasn't it? I think the stronger players kind of came out on top more or less overall, or they held on when they were in bad positions. But yeah, some good games.
Okay, so basically tomorrow we're going to be back, guys, at 2:30 sharp. Tomorrow is Sunday, big day, Super Sunday, with some huge clashes, massive massacres on the boards. Going to be some real bloodbaths, and we're all going to be there for it. So please tune in. Thanks again to my co-commentator Nicholas Pert. Thanks again to everyone in the audience, live audience, and also thanks to David Lightfoot again for doing an amazing job with the technical stuff. Thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.